What's up, everybody? I hope you all had an amazing Saturday and the weekend's been treating you good. I had a hell of an adventure today. As most of you know, I posted that I was going to Zolo Con, so I spent my morning getting ready, heading out to Zolo Con, and man, unfortunate things happen. Now, I want everybody to know that tonight's topic was picked like earlier this week. Everybody here can confirm we had settled on. I had a thumbnail up by like Tuesday, ready for tonight's topic. So
This is all lies.
Nothing that happened today had anything to do, or nothing that happened today had any influence on tonight's topic whatsoever. However, after today's shenanigans, it is such an amazing choice to talk about. So I don't know how many of you have heard, but today the Four Horsemen debuted their legendary warrior figure at Zolo Con. Well, technically last night for the VIP members, and then today they had a VIP early opening, and then general admission was at 11. Now, because I'm only going for the one day, I decided I was not going to get a VIP. I'd just show up for general admission. And before Ziggy and I even parked the car, I was getting reports that the Four Horsemen had sold out of the legendary warrior figure. The one that had all the controversy because of the redheads. They sold out of the figure before they even opened the door for general admission today.
I feel like that just adds to the legendariness of the...
Right? The lore for this figure is just building in real time, folks. The legend grows. Needless to say, one of the figures I mentioned in the description and in the post today that we'd be trying to do a giveaway tonight, my original plan was to do whatever it took to get multiples of the legendary warrior. I know I was doing some community shopping for our boy Cobb, K-Roll, who I already saw jump into the chat, as well as get one for myself. And I wanted to get one extra to be able to give away. As you guys know, when I attend a con and there is an exclusive, a lot of times I like to try to get one of those exclusives so that for the many of you watching, I know a lot of you guys may not be able to get to these events. I like to try and be able to give away one of these figures. We did it last year with a legendary barbarian. Even earlier, a couple months back, I was able to do the giveaway for one of the Legion's Con exclusive figures. I was really hoping I would have an extra legendary warrior to give away. Now, that wasn't the only con exclusive at this convention. Another big one that I was super excited to get, the Four Horsemen announced several months ago that they were going to do. The last 2 years at Zolo Con, they released one of their warrior beast characters from Zolo World. as a con exclusive tooled up from the Four Horsemen. Well, this year it wasn't their Warrior Beasts line. They did Grim the Executioner from their Realm of the Underworlds. Another realm. There are a lot of them. So this was a Zolo Con exclusive. I was able to get one for myself, and again, I planned to get an extra one. I was hoping to do 2 giveaways tonight, but since I didn't get that extra legendary warrior, we're going to be giving away one of these guys tonight, who's a totally badass figure. What I'll do, I'll open mine up first. We'll check out everything it comes with, and then we'll get ready to give one away a little bit later tonight. There was a Savage Crucible exclusive that I also was not able to get. You may have seen them in the thumbnail. They had limited quantities of that figure, and tomorrow they're going to be even more limited. They already posted that they only have 10 available for tomorrow, so people better be quick. They've got more. They will be available at future shows, and they will definitely be available later this year on their website. So even if you were not able to get one today, fear not, folks. All of those will be available later in the year through different conventions as well as online. Now,
is that their like con convention figure for 2026?
right. Like last year it was the Shield, and I can't remember the rest of the name. The albino Lemurian that
Yeah.
And then the year before that they had that one of the other Lemurian figures was a con touring exclusive.
Yeah.
So I will say this year at ZoloCon, it was packed. It was way bigger than it felt last year. Last year, I had no problems getting in and out of lines very easily. This year, man, there was barely room to walk. Like I tell you guys all the time about my social anxiety that I have. My social anxiety picked up today really quickly at certain points. Like, had to get out. It was very hot in there today. I wore my usual, like I'll wear a t-shirt, which, mind you, our good friend Terrence had shirts from his new business, Creative Realms. He had one specifically for me in my size, which, as you guys know, I'm a big fat fuck. So getting clothes in my size is not easy. He had a shirt specifically for me. I told him I'd definitely rock it for the show tonight and show it off. He's doing a business where he's running around promoting basically other people's projects. So he's been doing the Tides of the Realm Corsairs, running around promoting them like crazy. He was dressed up like a pirate. 3 stars, Xanax definitely helps defeat social anxiety, but it also makes me pass out. It gets me really sleepy. Better off with a little bit of green, to be honest. But in any case, yep. See, Bud knows what I'm talking about.
That's If you see me at a convention with a cup,
it's a little, calm juice, a little courage helps. Get over those humps.
Well, it's that, and well, it's not too bad because it's late in the evening. But my essential tremor as well. Like if people see me first thing in the morning, I'm all shaky.
Yeah.
People are like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, but no." And so it has it's a multi-purpose thing.
Right.
So
like this is my usual state. So if you're asking me if I'm fine because I'm always like this. If you're asking me if I'm at my reasonable state, give me a little bit.
Yeah. Give me till about 2 p.m. I'll be fine.
Totally get that. 3 stars asking if you are at Zolo, Adam. No, he didn't make it across the border this time. I did.
No, but Jason. I did. From the sounds of it, I did manage to pick up more exclusives than Oz did. Even though
I was gonna say, listen to this shit. I spent all the money to get tickets. Took the trip. It's 2 hours away. It's not like it's a really far trip, to be honest. But did the whole trip, show up to the convention, do the legwork, and Adam got more exclusives than fucking I did.
Now, that being said, to be fair, the exclusives that I sort of procured, or the ones that will be on their way to me, were in some respects expected. I had sort of coordinated with some people um ahead of time. So what's on its way to me is technically not a convention exclusive. One of them is not a convention exclusive, the other one is. I have the two solar shard figures from
Nice.
um Galactic Valor, but
Hmm.
that's because I chat with them often, and I said, "Hey, can you get these to Jason and he can ship to me so I don't have to pay like crazy shipping?" And he was like, "No problem." So I got the blue and the red translucent figures that they did on their way to me. I'll probably actually get them at WonderCon, which is the next convention that I'm going to be at. And then the Operation Monster Force, I want to call it a ghoul, but what I can't remember. Wraith?
Right, their
Ghoul?
exclusive thing,
They're
right?
exclusive. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that they
they're
had
sort of
on the
smoke
table.
translucent goblin guy.
So weird
Um
looking, but he was totally cool.
yeah, weirdly, like I didn't go for like the suited figures, that you sort of get
Hmm.
that head with. But when you make it translucent and make it a little bit more supernatural, that's where I think Monster Force works for me.
Right.
So I got that lined up too. And then I guess technically they're not con exclusive, but just to rub it in, the brawler samples from Animal Warriors of the Kingdom will be on their way to me when Zolo Con wraps up. So if you're at
Which
Zolo Con, play with them while you can, because they'll be mine soon enough.
and they are freaking looking amazing. As a matter of fact, I just posted that shortly before we went live in the clubhouse chat. I was commenting both Brick and Adam about how fucking awesome those damn brawler bucks are. Guys, we saw the images beforehand when the Kickstarter was going and everything else. They they're just good, solid figures and they totally blow you away. The paint apps are amazing on them. I am glad that I was able to see them today. And if you picked up the Void, I cannot tell you. He was one that I was really on the fence about because I didn't know how I was going to feel about that. You guys know I love my critters, I love my anthropomorphic stuff, but this robotic arm was kind of throwing me off. I was like, I wish there was just a regular arm to go with that. But at the same freaking time, now seeing it in person and looking at, oh my God. Oh man. Cannot wait to get these things in your hand. And look, even John from the Collecting Brothers says, so excited for my boy Grimes. Grimes looks fucking beast. Carol, you need to pick up Grimes. I know you're a dog lover. You gotta get Grimes.
What Jason told me from today was that everybody was really excited about Grimes,
He's
and
so
and the
cool.
feedback that he was getting was that we need to do every breed of dog, basically. Everybody was
I
like,
can see
"Hey, are
that.
you gonna
I
do
can
this
see that.
breed of dog? What about this one? What about this one?"
All right, just as a joke, if you guys are gonna do more breeds of dogs, can like the next dog you guys do be a Chihuahua? Like on that buck, but like this little fucking Chihuahua head?
Well, no, because we already know what breed we're doing next.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. We
And
we
that's
don't
the
need to
funny,
throw too much.
again, this is we talk about this all the time on my channel when we do monkey business, but every time people are like, "You should do this," it's like a 50-50 whether we're actually actively working on that or it's like not, something that we're
Right.
working on. But when people are like, "Oh, you should do this whatever dog," we're like, "Yeah, there's like three or four breeds."
Well, I was gonna
Um
say, K Roll is specifically already asking for a pit bull, along with 3 Star wanting a pit bull, and a Great Dane.
Well, so so here's the question. When people put those out there, right? When people kind of throw out, I want this breed, what we want from people, like that's great feedback. Pitbull's great. To be fair, like how different from the Bulldog would you want it to be? Like, would it be a repaint? Would it be a different sized buck? Would you like, does it need a new head sculpt? Great Dane obviously would need a new head sculpt, but
Right.
to me, a pit bull
Don't
and
understand.
a bulldog are kind of close enough when they're anthropomorphized that like maybe it's not different, maybe
He
it's a repaint.
he might need a little bit of a longer snout for a pit bull as opposed to the bull.
Yeah,
A bit of a
yeah,
longer snout, but not by much. Because Grimes
yeah,
himself has like some of those more pit bull features already,
yeah, yeah.
but he's because he's got that boxy kind of looking head,
Hmm.
and he doesn't have all the folds that you normally picture with a bulldog. So he's already kind of got that presence of a pit bull. He just like a little bit of a longer snout would make that. But then at that point, if you're already going to extend the snout longer, then you're talking about getting again into that realm of other breeds in general. Like, do you do a bull terrier next, or which
Hmm.
one you're going to do? But 3 Star says he needs all the dog breeds. Period. K-Roll mentions a brindle color. Maybe Grimes with a brindle color might be able to pull that pit bull look.
It might be pit bull enough that we could get away with not doing a head sculpt. I mean,
It could be.
it's very much within the realm of possibility. But like I said,
Right.
anybody that sort of has it's one thing for people to go, you should make this. If you go, hey, you know what I would really like, and here's how I would like to see it. Like I would like to see this body with this armor, and blah blah blah, because that makes our life easier. I mean, you can see our parts library; it's out there. You can see what we're
Absolutely.
working with, and then we go from there.
I
As
mean,
far as kitty cats, I'm pushing for that too.
there's Jaguars already out,
Yeah, but like a
but it's not a
domesticated
house
cat,
cat.
right? Like a
Right.
house cat. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a
And
different kind of thing.
I know where it fits in the line. So I will say this. It's not likely going to be in the line in 2026, but in 2027, I suspect that a domestic house cat type of figure may be coming.
There we go, Riley.
And it may
Got
be an orange tabby. So that might,
which that
oh,
was
there you go.
3 Star's next comment was orange tabby. Here you go. You should make whatever you are planning on and kick Jason until a new comic pops out.
So the new comic issue 7 is basically done, but we're working towards a more sort of like a more regular schedule, I guess is the easiest way
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. And one more request from Riley. Just got to call him Frito. The orange tabby's got to be Frito.
It already has a name.
You can call yours Frito, Riley. Just take the
Yeah.
armor off and put on its own armor that you want. I highly recommend the purple and blue armor. It's my favorite. Only because they haven't done purple and green together yet, which when they get around to it, then that will be my favorite armor. There's not enough purple and green toys except for McFarlane folks.
We've got I think there's a lizard that comes with purple armor.
There is on some of the newer ones that are coming. Or at least you shown off like concept during the Kickstarter of a green lizard with purple armor, because I was like, that's him right there, and it's a reptile.
Yeah, no, that one's that one's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, folks. We let's go ahead and start saying hi in the chat as we're pulling up more and more comments here. Let's go ahead and start saying hey to everybody. Freaks Figs was first to comment on this post. As a matter of fact, he did it at 7:46 this morning. Thank you, Freak. I appreciate you doing so. JMax77 in the house saying good evening, friends. We got John from the Collecting Brothers saying what's good, awesome people. We had SCS Dog showing off. He has been a member for 3 months, folks. 3 months. Thank you so much for being part of the Clubhouse crew. As you guys know, CHC is my second favorite initialism to end with HC. We've got William Houston in the house saying, if you can't Zolo, you must attend Oz Club. I wish it had worked out the way I wanted it to, William, so that way there was two chances for two people to possibly win uh, uh, a freebie from this con experience. Unfortunately, I can only do one, but that's okay because again, honestly, this was the only one that was truly Zolo Con exclusive out of the ones that I was going to be trying to give away tonight. So this really helps give you that Zolo experience. We've got Speaking Moistly in the house, no longer under the Speaking Moistly name for whatever reason that YouTube did that thingy mabob. We already saw her in the chat, but here she is again. It's got Riley and SCS Dogs patented, copyrighted Aloha All. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not copyrighted, but we'll just say it is for him anyway. Dynamo Dave jumping in saying, evening everyone. Hope the week has been good for folks. It was a hell of a week. And it was supposed to be a hell of a day. Now, mind you, aside from the disappointment of not getting the Legendary Warrior, my entire ZoloCon experience was absolutely amazing. Got to hang out with some awesome people. We'll talk about it more as the night goes through. Kay Roll here. We had already brought her up, but that's when she jumped in. Ultra Carter Zilla in the house again, joining us. What is going on, brother? Becoming quite the regular over the last few weeks. We've got, figuratively speaking, John joining us here. What's going on, John? Always good to see you. Just Plain Yogurt saying, evening, gents. What's up? Gap After Dark, thank you for being here, my friend. Ray Black in the house, making us almost Toy Tube official. Thank you, Ray, for joining us. The Thanos Copter, again, I already pulled him up earlier, but he is joining us as well. Thanos, you got the link if you want to jump on, brother. Action Joe Figs in the house saying, greetings, everyone. 3-star draw again. What up, players? William Houston again saying he received 2 lifeline medics today. So tragically, Tripwire had to become a casualty. Ooh, Tripwire's playing the sick boy in the Dio, folks, if you guys haven't figured out what that meant. Now we are completely, fully, 100% Toy Tube official because the Nolan is here himself, folks. And you know that's what that means. Paul Morales in the house joining in saying, hello, everyone. Todd CE. And now, as more people have jumped in, we got to go grab them too. Let me see here. Hang on a sec. Where did while I'm still trying to find everybody else out, Nolan asks, will the void be available outside of the con? Mind you, none of those were available today. Just the samples were in, so he could show us. But Adam just shook his head yes, so you got your answer. Let's see. Scrolling down on who, because I saw more people jump in. We got Rory T3223. What did you guys think of the Action Force the Black figure? Honestly, I don't know. I don't typically collect military lines, so I didn't really walk by the booth and check anything out. I heard that he sold out of inventory today, so enough people freaking liked it that it sold out today. So that is always good news. All right, toy culprits.
I mean, that figure looks cool. It's I mean, I don't collect that line, so
right.
I don't know how it fits into the lore or anything like that. But the figure itself looks good.
Yeah.
From what I
like,
saw, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, all the Action Force stuff looks good. I just don't collect it, so I don't spend a lot of time at that booth. You know, Colin Toy Culprits in the house saying can't stick around, but popping in to say hi to all the cool kids. Well, thank you.
What's
I
up,
appreciate
Colin?
it, brother. Were you there today? I could have sworn I saw you walk by, but it was like quick, man. I know I got to see Trevor while I was there today. Blake Wright, Toy Collector Magazine, he was there today, so I did get to see him, but he was on his way out by the time I finally was able to see him. There was quite a few people there that I didn't get to hang out with and see. Saw both of the Dans in passing while going through the show today because both Pixel Dan and Dan Larson were there. That's always cool to see those guys again. All guys from 3POA and everything. Like there were a lot of people there today. All right, Frankie Rivera in the house saying, "Sup, everyone? Good to see you." Legends Collector saying, "Yo, yo, yo! It was great to see you today. You damn right, Dylan. It was freaking awesome to see you. I miss you, buddy. It was good to be there, hanging out with you today. Got to hang out with G. Got to hang out with Van Jordan. All little bits. I was actually in the middle of watching George Gaspar get tattooed. That was happening there today, like actually tattooed. Uh, uh, Dub Dub William Wallace was getting tattooed today. That was crazy. All right, brother. You weren't at Zolo. Okay. Somebody who looks similar, but I was going to say you were passed by in a set column, so I figured it wasn't you, but thought I'd ask. We got Radnom in the house. What's going on, Random Diorama? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's saying it was a Pirates of the Caribbean guy. See, I've been checking out the because I'm more into like the classical golden age of pirates. So I'm definitely checking out more so the Tides of the Realm Corsairs line is definitely what I'm getting into because again, I prefer those amazing, absolutely freaking amazing pirates that those guys are working on. And like I said, I did spend some time hanging out with Terrence today. He was dressed up in full pirate gear. It was great to see him. All right. And we got Matthew jumping in the house, just kind of like rubbing it in for me. Did you get Bryn Mawr? No, I did not, because by the time I was there and I got in, he was sold out. He sold out before general admission, just like the Legendary Warrior sold out before general admission opened up. I was not able to get either of those two. The only con exclusive that I wanted, that I went there to get today, that I managed to get my hands on, was this guy. And I almost had to suck dick just to get these guys. So, I mean, that's a thing that happened today. Not really. I'm just saying that. All right, let's see. Picked up the Lincoln Monster Captain Zol Ape figure exclusive, but some of the other exclusives looked incredible. They all look freaking amazing. Like, I wasn't even planning on really picking up any of the Savage Crucible today, which I ended up not really being able to pick up any because by the time I got to the table, all it was figure that I already had. So there wasn't a whole lot of use of picking up anything. I was like, "Do you have any of the Varnox Unchained?" And he goes, "No, we sold out of those too." I was like, "Son of a bitch!" Like everything I freaking wanted today. Yes, Oz will go lengths to get exclusives, as long as they're in stock, man. I'll do what I gotta do, man. Things shouldn't sell out before general admission. That's horrible. Well, I mean, that's kind of the game you play, right? You're only bringing enough. You don't want to bring too much to one of these conventions and have to haul all of that back home. I mean, logistically, when you're bringing stock to a convention, you kind of want to sell as much as you can so that you can bring the least amount home. Hey, I don't even want to play the music for this. Nolan donating $5 saying mom had her second treatment Thursday and she wanted me to thank everybody for. How do I Nolan, send me your PayPal. I gotta shoot you $5 back, man. Don't send. Nah, man. Put that
Dude,
towards your mom's
Nolan,
GoFundMe.
that
Don't
defeats the purpose.
put that towards your mom's GoFundMe. Shoot me your PayPal on IG so I can get that back to you, please. Come on, like, man, no, don't give me. Send that to your mom's GoFundMe. Come on. I appreciate it, Nolan. Believe me, I do. Absolutely, brother. I always appreciate the super chats from everybody. But no, no. And guys, by the way, if you can, we posted it last week. We had it pinned in the chat. Uh, again, we definitely want to make sure that we're donating to a lot of these great charities and stuff. And in this case, is a very personal one. Is GoFundMe for Nolan's mom, who's having a rough time. So we wanted to get some, payments for the treatment there, and I'm glad. Well, I thank you, Nolan. I do, but I'm again. You can just put it towards your GoFundMe, man. I'd much rather it go towards that than me. I don't need it that bad. Look, I can handle. I can pay for toys and stuff like that. Like, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always am grateful for everything you guys can do when it comes to those, but let's face it, I never got into doing the channel business to make any money off of this because, like, that's just not the reality of what we do here in Toy Tube. It's not what we do. We spend more money on the toys than pretty much any of us ever make on the channels themselves. Like, that's just not the reality of what any of us do. There's nobody working full time in Toy Tube and making money off of it, well, from what they do. There really isn't. Dan Larson might be the closest to that, but that's because his channel is not just toys. Like, it's more pop culture than the rest of us. So, all right, guys. So a couple other things I did want to talk about as far as that went. So you guys saw I got the Grim. I ran into our good friend Corey from Make Shape Create. He's normally here with us. Uh, he got me the WWE Superstars Kane figure that I've been after. He ended up having this in one of his boxes at his house. He was trying to help me find one for a reasonable price online. And then he was going through a bunch of his boxes one day and realized he just had an extra one sitting there. So he finally hooked me up with this. We were supposed to do it when we went to not even Legion's Con. What was it? What was the other trip he and I did recently? I don't know. We met up somewhere again recently, and I can't remember where. Oh, we went to Eternity of Dreams. We met up at Eternity of Dreams. He forgot to bring it then, but he did bring it today because we talked about it earlier this week. So I finally got my Kane WWE Superstars figure. So now I have both versions of Kane from the Masters of the WWE Universe as well as this Kane. So really psyched that I finally got that guy. One of the things that the Four Horsemen did have at their table was the regular editions of the Nymph. So I did pick up my extra Nymph figure today. So I can finally, again, flesh out more of my Coven of Witches that I'm building with those figures. Then I went outside for a smoke. You're asking if I have the Macho Man Motu one. I do have the HWO, the Horde World Order Macho Man. I picked that one up because I was hoping to get an HWO Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and hopefully a re-release of Hogan having switched over to the Horde World Order because, again, I loved the mixing of the gimmicks with the WWE and the Masters of the Universe stuff, and I thought that was a cool way to enter that third faction was to have the HWO, and we never got the rest of those figures. We did get them in the WWE Superstars as NWO, but we never got them as far as getting HWO figures. So I said, nah, fuck it after that. I didn't care.
I actually just picked up that other Macho Man recently.
The Hero Macho Man?
Yeah, the orange and like purple one.
Yeah. So before I actually get into opening that Grim figure so we can look at it before we do the giveaway, this was one of the other neat things that happened to me today. So Ziggy and I went outside to have smoke because we're smokers. I know you finally got them. As a matter of fact, figuratively speaking, John is the reason that I have that figure. Glow in the Dark Undertaker. He is super hard to get. That rock is so good.
I know he really is. He's so good looking. All I wanted really was the belt. But then once
I wanted him for the belt, but the whole figure, the Brahma Bull, was a good figure.
Yeah, once I was like, man, the sculpt and everything, he just looked badass.
Yeah, he did.
Did a good job on him.
So I ran into a guy while Ziggy and I were sitting out front. He had a Robo Skull Mark II. So as much as I don't collect military lines, that Robo Skull looked fucking, like, I'm sorry, it's one of the best toys ever fucking made, period. The fact that they made it adaptable from 1/12 to 1/18 speaks volumes. So while we were out there, the guy who got it, I was talking to him and everything about stuff, and he hooked me up with his graphic novel comic. It's actually not new. This is actually a couple years old. And as you can see there, it's called Spell Warriors. Okay, and it's kind of like this mix of like heroes and villains and magic and kind of fantasy. Um, excuse me. But like he was telling me about it. Like one of the neat things is that each of these spellcasters get like a familiar, or what they're called in the comic is wisps. And each of these wisps unlocks different powers for the users. So it's kind of got like this Pokemon element to it, because as the wisps grow stronger, they kind of evolve like Pokemon. Now, he's about the same age as me. So coming up, I know Pokemon was pretty popular in the teenage years. But there's all these different kinds of wisps, and they all level up in the magic. I haven't had a chance to really sit down and read the comic myself, which I'm going to be doing over this next week. But the creator's name is Saul Kramer. Folks, definitely go check out the Spell Warriors. I've got a signed edition of the comic now, so but see, he signed it. Can't see it because my light is washing it out. But the story looks really cool, and they're working on turning it into a motion picture, folks. So keep your eyes out, keep your eyes peeled for that. I had a great time talking to Saul, though. He was a really neat guy. It seems like he's going to be trying to make the rounds to a couple cons, get more words out. He's apparently had this comic out for several years now, and this was my first hearing about it. So I was glad I did meet him and got this issue. I know that he's got the first one out. He didn't mention that he has any more issues out. So again, I was going to look it up online, see if there's more to come or if there's more out. But I will say, if we've only got the one issue that's currently out, I don't want to hear anybody talk about the fact that issue number 7 is not out for AWOC. Because if we're talking one issue of a comic out in like 5 years, you guys are killing it, by the way, Adam. If that's the standard we're going against. That's not to tease anybody. Anybody will tell you all this stuff costs a lot of money to make. And, it costs money to make money. And if you don't have a lot of money to go around, it's harder to make that money back. Real Grievance in the house. Brother, I don't know if you heard, Grievance and I were talking this past week, or just over the last couple of days, about exclusives. And yeah, man, like I didn't walk away with nearly what I wanted to today. So hopefully more will come. But
and you say
we
you got
are
that nymph.
yeah,
That nymph,
yeah.
were you able to get multiple of those? They're just the standard version, or
Standard version without the Legion's Con exclusive parts. And like one of those exclusive parts was the Queen Urxa head.
Yeah.
So like
forgot
this
about her. I
doesn't
should have told you to grab her as a backup.
Dude, I didn't know that they was going to be at the table. They had
Yeah.
Scaphoid 2 without the con exclusive parts. They had
yeah.
from Legacies of Mythos. They had the dwarf character, the dwarf figure from Legacies of Mythos without the extra parts. And I didn't see the warrior slash was it the warrior and the wraith? I can't remember the
Revenant?
name of Revenant. That was it.
Oh,
Thank you. The warrior and the revenant. I did not see them at the table. I did see Thoth on the table. You can pick up Thoth. They had the Mouse King, and I thought about grabbing the Mouse King, but I was like, right now. Because, again, I've got somebody at least working for me to try and get a legendary warrior tomorrow. So I didn't want to go run and spend all my money on everything else and not be able to have it for tomorrow. If I can get my hands on those figures. Joe!
Howdy, fellers.
Joe, tell me you
Hello.
did manage to get one, or I might cry.
Get one what?
Okay, fair enough. That means you got one. You know what I'm talking about. You're just not trying to rub it in because you're such a nice guy.
Just one?
Shut your mouth, Joe. Don't you ever... You're about to start a riot in my chat if you say you got more than one. You shush, Joe.
I didn't say anything. That
Good.
was a
Move from
question.
state.
Good man. I'm not even asking. I know at least you were going to get one because you're Joe.
I got at least one.
Okay. Good. Good. Man, I don't know. Joe, I got disappointed. I showed up to the convention like 2 hours late to get a figure.
Uh-huh.
I was so
It
mad.
sounded like they were going to have quite a few. Were you able to get one, Oz?
No, I was not able to get one. I was not able to get Cobb one. I was not able to get Carol one.
Oh,
It's,
no.
I mean, there are reasons that it was so limited, and I'm not really going to go into that there
Okay.
right now. There are other conventions, so it's not like I'm extra
Oh,
worried.
yeah.
I'm just
No.
bummed out I didn't get it today.
Right.
But there are other cons. Like they're going to be coming through in like another month or two to Maryland. So it's
Right.
not like I won't be able to just go pop over to Maryland Toy Expo and try to get one. I
Right.
did tell Ziggy this morning. I said, Ziggy, I am getting us the early bird for Maryland Toy Expo, and we are going to get our asses there before the early bird doors open, and we will be waiting in line to get inside and get this damn figure. Terrence, if you saw it, brother, I did send you over the link for tonight. If you can join, brother. I know you and Gina had a long day. I think Terrence was probably the only person walking around the convention hotter than me. I took off my hoodie shortly after we got inside.
Was Terrence covered in a jacket of toys like usual?
No, Terrence was wearing a pirate coat with a pirate hat and a vest. And mind you,
Very
I
cool.
was like regretful that I didn't bring. Now, some people didn't recognize me today, and the main reason again was probably because I was just wearing the beanie and not a bandana.
Right.
Everybody's used to seeing me with a colorful bandana. It
Mhm.
was still chilly when I left the house this morning. Like there was frost on the ground.
Yeah.
So a beanie was very, necessary. But by
Of
the
course.
time I got to the convention and I got down into like the floor and everything, within minutes of showing up, I was starting to sweat like bad,
Just from
real
the
bad.
amount of people there, or
Yes, yeah. J Max says hotter than Oz, inconceivable. Well, I tell you what, buddy, I appreciate that, J Max. Thank you. We got War Chest jumping in here. Terrence says it got cold again by nightfall. Yeah, it definitely cooled down a lot outside again. But I was still going outside without the hoodie this evening when I was on my smoke break earlier. Because, yeah, it's a little hot. I've been a little hot all day, so I definitely did. All right. Trying to sort some things here and send the link if need be. And then I'm going to crack open. I did get my Grim, Joe. I got Grim.
nice.
And I got an extra one. We're giving away Grim tonight.
Dope.
We got one for me, and we're giving one away.
That is a good looking figure.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I want to take some photos of him with the legendary barbarian from last year. He just looks like a Conan villain to me.
Right? Like if Conan, I'm glad I got the deluxe dungeon set from Savage Crucible a couple weeks ago. I got those shackles and all that. I got this dungeon that I can kind of build out. And Grim the Executioner, I can't think of anybody better than him to be the dungeon master. Right?
Yes. Absolutely.
Riley says, hoping to go to Maryland Toy Expo. Yeah, you better be there, Riley. Better. I'm warning you. Oh, and somebody did mention in the chat earlier that they saw me with Joe Ara at the convention, or saw a selfie of me with Joe Ara. I ran into Casey. Now that was a surprise. Casey and Joe Ara were there, podcasters from the pit. Joe Ara on his own channel. They were hanging around at the Delta 17 booth, so I got to stop and hang out and talk with those guys. It was great to see Casey again. I love the guy. He's got a new stream that they're going to be doing on like Wednesday nights. He said he would like to throw me an invite and have on so we can talk. He goes, I never get to talk Motu. And I'm like, any Saturday night, if you're up and you feel like it, you come join us. We can talk Motu. We tend to talk Motu on this channel.
Okay,
He said he said he loved having Cobb with him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
They did a morning show.
Right on.
Yeah, Casey's awesome.
As a matter of fact, that means Cobb, you do me a favor. Can you shoot the link out I want to open up this damn figure so we can get started and then we can do the giveaway. Would you mind shooting Casey the link and see if he's up? Say, hey, you can come on and join us.
Yeah.
Crash got a lot of that Motu. Hell yeah. And his Dragon Walker still works. You mean the batteries you left in there from 1987 didn't corrode away the contacts yet? Oh, Joe, did you get your all in yet?
Yes, I did. I got it on Tuesday, but unfortunately, I've had a 60-hour work week and I haven't got to open anything yet. I mean, I opened the all in and looked at the figure and package, but I haven't had time to unbox them yet. But I think that'll be on my itinerary for tomorrow.
I was going to say, I know a certain show that goes on every Saturday night that people like to open stuff on.
It's a little chilly in my house. I don't know.
Oh shit!
If I want to, my kids were supposed to cut firewood today and they didn't. So, I don't know if I want
firewood in the
Typical.
Right.
Fucking kids. What are they even good for?
Right.
If they're not going to do manual labor for you, why do you even have them?
No doubt. As usual, they let me down. Yeah, I don't want to open them in a cold house. But I might. I don't know. We'll see. Well, I got a couple packages from 5K today that I am opening right now, though. So
hell yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this, Joe. If your bear's arm is a little stiff, do not heat it with a heat gun and melt your bear.
I don't have a heat gun. Did you do that, Oz?
That's what happened to me last week. I melted my bear.
Oh no.
You're not here?
No, Joe wasn't here last week when we did
No,
that.
Unfortunately I had a family thing going on. Yeah, I couldn't make it.
What do you mean you melted it?
You guys are gonna make me
I wasn't here either. Sorry.
That's true. Yeah, we had a light week last week. All right. First off, I did want to show this. So you guys know for a while now, like the Four Horsemen have been packing in these rats with quite a few figures since we've got them. So this one again is a completely different paint app to the other ones. And I think aside from the Golden Rat, this might be my favorite. And the Golden Rat was exclusive from the Armory experience. So I did manage to get one of those even without getting the Armory figure this past year.
Awesome.
But
you got the rat but didn't get the figure?
When a lot of people who were going repeatedly through the Armory line, people were bound to have a couple of extras. So yeah, I did manage to get my my gold rat without having to go through the Armory line. Not that I didn't want to go through the Armory line, because I really did. But the money I spent just walking through the door on the exclusives through the door, I was like, I should not go through that line and spend more money. All right.
I wanted to go through the Armory line, and I literally got 2 items in. Like I got in. I was doing the Armory thing, but that was for retailers on Saturday night, and I literally got to 2 things, and I was like, there's not enough here that I want. Like that's a whole well-documented thing of like the Armory this year compared to last year was not.
They sold out of items pretty fast. I didn't get in the line right away because I was like, I'm not going to spend my whole day standing in line.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people thought that.
Yeah, but a lot of people didn't think that. And by the time I did get in line, the Caucasian torso was gone by the time I got in line.
Right,
like it was 5 of the 8 were gone.
Yeah, it's crazy that I guess people last year were like nighted out, or maybe the nights weren't as in demand. But like these bare-chested gladiators from this past year were hot commodity for a lot of people.
They
I also,
ordered a lot less because they ended up with so many leftovers
extra.
from the previous.
And that makes
year,
sense
so.
too, because
Yeah.
again, you want to sell out. You don't want to have all this extra. So although I did not get Atlas 2, I did get that extra head sculpt from the 2-pack from Legion's Con 2 years ago. So that head on a barbarian body is currently riding the bear.
Nice.
But if I take him off the bear, that's right, Adam. I was kind of sad because you weren't here last week, because one of those first streams that you, Brick, and I were doing with Ken, it was a TKO, was where we speculated about this bear, and I lost my shit. And then, sure enough, like that next week when they did the G-Con, the bear was confirmed, and I was like, I'm getting that damn bear.
And then you melted it. You were so
And then I
excited you decided to melt it.
I melted it. So this arm, this paw, this arm here was very kind of stiff last week, so I wanted to heat it up. So I busted out the heat gun, as one does, as one shouldn't do. Right. And we were having a conversation, and I had the setting on low at first. And I was getting impatient because I wanted to play with my bear. And I started heating it up on high while we were talking and not paying attention.
No.
So the little portions of the neck that are that real soft plastic got a little too hot from the heat gun. And while we were all talking about it, I started to smell burning plastic.
Turned into Smokey the Bear.
And yes, now the bear's name is Smokey.
Smoking the bear? Oh, no.
If you see right down here, yeah, this little strand, that's not a part of the sculpt. That's melted plastic. These little
Does it
bubbles.
still move okay?
Oh, yeah, it totally moves fine. Like, it moves just fine. Honestly, you can't, and if I have them down, even with the regular head sculpt, you cannot see. Like, you see that little bubble right down there on that one? I was like, this also just means I get to buy another bear, because you know.
Might as well.
Yep. I'll have to buy another bear.
So I see 3-star draw commented, I wish the bear was going to be available at the cons. It will be after the street date, 3-star.
Right.
So.
It was only not available at Zolo because it's not the street date for the retailers. So they're not going to sell at their table when their retailers who have pre-orders to fulfill have not been able to do that. Because then what'll happen otherwise is people might show up to the con and buy at the con and then go home and cancel their pre-orders from the retailers. That's not fair to the retailers. It's not fair at all. So in the future, like by the time Maryland Toy Expo rolls around, I should be able to walk in and get this guy off a table. Mind you, he's going to be at retail price. He's not going to be the beautiful pre-order price that I paid for this guy. But I don't care because he's a fucking amazing bear.
Oh, yeah. But speaking of cool stuff, I got this cool from Fish Toys, the horse armor.
You listen, Biggie.
Oh. Is that fit
look
on
at that shiny shit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Damn, Joe.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a horse handy to put it on, but I have a box of horses somewhere. Mythic Legions ones, so I'll get them dressed up eventually. But yeah, this is pretty slick. It's got it's cool like ankle pieces too.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like armor for the hooves with wings on them. So yeah, that's pretty spiffy. Yeah,
I like that a lot.
I'm pretty happy myself.
You
will not take
fully different things from 5K today.
Well, I got one more.
5K as I go
momentarily.
So the bottom tray that had the rat, all else it has is just the extra hands. You know, big whoop, extra hands. We all got tons of hands now. I had like 2 bags full of hands because one bag has like regular hands, the other bag has knight armored hands, the other bag has less armored hands. Got so many ridiculous hands. Tony Figs jumping in saying, "What up, homies? What's going on, Tony?
Yeah, what's up, Tony?
Hey, if you're free and you want to jump on, shoot me a message, man. We'll get you on. We're running a light crew tonight. Did Ed say he wasn't coming tonight? Did anybody see that in the chat? Actually, did he message me and say anything about that? Well, because sometimes he'll just shoot me a personal message. And I'll be like, oh, okay. I think he just sent me one last week because he said he wasn't going to be on the whole night. I don't think he sent me anything today. Yeah, he didn't send me anything today. Okay. You know what it probably is? He probably sat down in his chair to get ready to come on.
Dozed off. Yeah.
We all know what happened. At least, we'll make fun of him for it.
As is our ways.
It is. Like, we'll crucify other people for making fun of ours, but we will make fun of each other mercilessly. Carol says, call him. Call him. We know that doesn't work. How many times did you all call me on my anniversary? And how many of those did I answer? Not a damn one. Okay. Tony says he's out on the town tonight for sure. Look, see, I was just joking about it, but Radnam says Ed was chatting with me earlier and had suddenly stopped, so that sounds likely.
Yeah.
And then Travis confirms, got tired and ended up in bed. Right? I mean, we know. But yeah, no, Travis, I know you got the link because you asked for it earlier today, so I shot that over to Travis. And yeah, again, Radnam, you want to jump on? Come on, guys. You know how this works.
All right. And for the second package, check this out.
Oh, that wolf.
Yep, I got the lava wolf. So
I want the wolves. That is a damn good look. Like, the first wolf they put out was already impressive enough. And then when they were all like, yeah, let's light them up and do lava.
Yeah. That's what got me, because it's pretty much the same wolf, but it looks like lava. So I was like, well, I guess I got to get it now.
Sometimes when them paint apps are that solid of a difference, first off, nobody else is doing lava wolves. All right, the closest we might get is like Schleich doing like one of their creatures of Eldebor or whatever, and even then it's not going to have articulation. It's just going to be static, or it may have one moving leg out of 4. I hate it when they do that. I have no idea. Like, why did you add a single point of articulation on one leg? But they do.
Yeah, it's probably to make it easier to paint or something.
It could be. And I mean, the Schleich stuff looks great. It's always great.
Oh, wow. So there was an insert with the wolf, and check out this lower section.
Hold on. Let's pull
They're
that
teasers, but
Ooh.
I mean, Pegasus.
Ooh, a pony.
Pegasus and a unicorn.
Alicorn. I think isn't that what it's called?
Yes.
Unicorn with wings.
Yeah.
Like this thing, whatever that is super cool.
And pop that head on your cannabis.
Yeah. So
I mean, they're not really
some cool stuff coming. So
heck yeah.
Pretty cool.
All right, guys. So as you see here, we've got Grim now out of the package. There's not a whole lot going on here that you haven't seen with other figures. Although the pants with the red stripe going down are definitely giving me like Han Solo vibes. And the boots, very, very cool. I'm digging this. It's got the head from the undead Legion builder with the broken jaw, which is nice. He's got red paint apps around the eyes, very gray, like, zombie head. The other head that he came with, that again we all know I like because it's a skull, and it's that same old articulated skull with the missing tooth, but it's all painted up in red with like a black wash. It's got green eyes.
That's the exclusive head, correct?
No,
The
exclusive head is this head, the transparent plastic,
cool.
Crystal snow.
which somebody said this glows in the dark. Somebody mentioned this head glows in the dark, and I don't have my UV, so I'm going to hold it up to my ring light here.
Be a lot cooler if it did.
It would be a lot cooler if it did. So it's got this translucent one with, again, the articulated jaw skull. And then it has that same broken-jawed undead head, clear and translucent. Oh, and you know what? They had a bunch of the regular Hagnon on the table today.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, man, I'm wondering if maybe I should have picked up an extra one of those to pop one of these heads on.
That would have been cool. Yeah.
Oh, missed opportunity. I didn't think about it. Son of a bitch.
I have
Well, you already...
I have the sort of was it from the Undead Builder pack that had that sort of spectral head with the sort of smoky stuff that came up with it?
Yep.
Correct.
I have that on my Fisher Rice figure.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So
Hey,
that,
Terrence.
like in my
Hey, guys,
headcanon,
what's going on?
That suit contains.
What's up, Terrence?
It's like
How's
that
everyone
suit
doing?
is a sealed container for that.
Oh,
that
I
yeah,
like that.
essence.
that's a cool idea. I like that.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking very Age of Apocalypse Holocaust with that idea.
Yeah.
How you doing tonight, Terrence? How you feeling, buddy?
I'm a little tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little punch drunk, but it's all good. You know what I mean? Like, fun day at the con. Always great seeing everybody. And of course, I always wish you could stay a little bit longer, but I know you always have your big drive back home. So
Yeah. Again, it's not nearly as bad of a drive from some of these other things, but I always wish I could stay longer too. It always seems I'm running out before I've had enough fun every time we're meeting up at a con. So Grim also came with this sweet accessory. What's that box, Terrence? What's that box?
this box is going to Joe. Got some good news for
Okay.
Joe in here.
Awesome. Thank you, Terrence.
If it's a little wet, kind of just dropped in the sink, but other than that, it's good.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not
So-
picky.
This spell effect. This is on what's it? Is it Tharnog, the brute scale work? Is it a separate piece or is it molded to that hand?
It's molded to the hand. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or the smoke is molded to the sphere, and then the fingers fit into the smoke from the hand.
Okay. See, I thought it was molded to the hand, but this piece, because it already comes separate from the hand.
Yeah. So that
Like,
smoke
you
piece is designed the
pop.
open, like grasping hand. The smoke fits into the fingers.
Yeah.
Well, Terrence,
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on.
There's something.
What's Terrence got? Oh,
Oh,
he's
got
just rubbing it right in. Rubbing it right the fuck in.
I thought she was supposed to be a
yeah.
redhead.
I don't
That
think
was a
that
red
was
herring.
ever the case, Adam. That was never the case.
Oh,
I will say this. They must have had, is that a sticker over that bio?
No, there's no sticker. Sorry, it might have been a glare or something, but
No. I was talking about the bio because the
oh no.
portrait on the bio's already got a blonde head, and I would have thought for sure it would have been a red.
You know, you might be right. Hold on. Well, one way to find out, I guess.
Open it.
Live unboxing.
Damn, if they had to
What's
do
the
that too.
value?
Oh my god, it's only going to be worth 5 cents now.
You have a sharp eye. That is a sticker on there.
I know it. What's underneath? Is the underneath head the face paint?
Oh my goodness. That's the most ridiculous thing that's happened in the toy world in 2026.
Right.
And we just started the damn year. We're only 2 months
I
in.
know.
We've got lots of ridiculous to overcome.
Yeah, that sticker's not coming off without destroying the thing. It's very they got
Okay,
good
so
adhesive
they-
on
I
it.
bet Oz's heat gun could get it off of there.
I guarantee my heat gun could get it. If my heat gun could melt the bear, it's either gonna fuse that sticker more, or I'm betting the head that was originally on that is the war paint head, and I'm really
Yeah, we'll be able to
sad.
get it in that cosmic head pack later on this year. So
And mind you, the extra head that's coming in that cosmic head pack, by the way, the green haired one,
Oh, so good.
man, I can't wait for that one.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, I want both of those heads in that head pack.
Who
That
said
was
that?
an easy sale. That was a Jaina.
crazy Terrence. Keep it PG, buddy.
I don't know. I got some Betty and Veronica vibes going on here, so I don't know.
Actually, hold on a sec. The shirt that Terrence is wearing, folks, is the same shirt that I'm wearing. You can get the full view of it here. I showed off the Creative Realms logo, Terrence, but you get that full view of the shirt there, folks. Badass freaking shirt, by the way. And Terrence, it
Hell
fits
yeah.
really good.
I'm glad it works out well for you, you know. And Joe, you have one coming in your box, so
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
yeah, absolutely.
I'll wear it on Off-World so like 3 people can see it.
Well, you know, but
Hey,
if one of
put it
those
on
3
here,
people
20.
backs the Kickstarter, we're in good
Hey.
shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There
I
you
was gonna
go. Happy to
say,
help. Happy to help.
we're ahead of the game. So I was looking for it when the plastic tray fell from the back of Grim. That's what happened to the hood. I was looking for the damn hood that he came with. So he has a removable hood, folks, that you can use to cover him up, and it's got like one eye hole. So this is very Jason from Friday the 13th Part 2. All right. And I freaking love it. I think this figure is awesome. I don't know whether I want to put him on with the red skull with the green eyes or just keep the original head that I have on him. I'm going to try to put the hood on. We all know how people love their hooded action figures,
Hell yeah.
which, by the way, went over to the Big Bad workshop booth while I was there today, and they had that hooded figure in their display case. It does look
very cool.
damn good. It looks damn good. So again, folks, Big Bad Workshop, they've got your hooded Cobra Commander coming. Calm down. You know, I didn't pick up one of those shirts off the table. I wish they had it in my size, but the Horsemen were not as good to me as you were, Terrence.
That looks
could wear it
awfully
on your
small,
thumb.
Oz.
I don't even know if I could wear that on my thumb. Hold on.
Hey,
If it-
Terrence,
Yes. Yes.
do they have more of those?
They did.
Yeah, they should have more. If you're looking for one tomorrow, I can definitely try to get one for you.
You know what,
I
Terrence?
need one for an AWOC.
See,
figure.
that's the one I want.
Yeah, hell
Is
yeah.
that
I
on
have that
Retro
one. You didn't
Mag?
get that, Oz? At the
No, I didn't get it this year at Legion's Con. I didn't. Is
That
it
was
on
at
Retro
Legion's Con?
Rags?
I got it at
Yeah, they
Legion's
were
Con.
Cookie was literally like handing them out in the lobby. You'd walk past and he was just handing them out.
When I
Big
saw him,
cardboard
he
box,
didn't
just
do
handing
that.
them out.
Son of a
But
gun.
you know what?
Yeah, I
He
totally
may
missed
not
that.
have had my size though, because again, I am a large. I'm 5 to 6X is what I wear in t-shirts, so it's not easy.
I really get lucky when I'm at conventions. I that thought has just occurred to me because we were literally walking through the lobby to our table to to like start selling stuff, and they were handing them out, and I was like, "I'll take a medium,"
Nice.
and so I got one.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like I ran a game last year and didn't get one somehow.
Yeah,
Man, no respect, eh?
that's all
Yeah,
right. Nah,
I got some other cool stuff, so I won't complain. But still,
Yeah,
it's a
just do the
surprise.
Canadian A.
Gina wanted to confirm that Adam did the big Canadian A.
I've never
Yeah.
heard Adam do the Canadian A.
I don't do it that often.
That was a first for me.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, Crash. During COVID, when I lost all the weight, I lost 100 pounds because I was going out walking because people weren't out in the world. So I went out in the world and I got from a 5X all the way down to a 2X, lost 100 pounds. Oh, are you rubbing it in further? Ooh. Ooh.
Oh.
He said he's only going to have 10 tomorrow. So I was like, I might as well just write that off too.
By the way, I feel very targeted by what they said. They said if you've already got them, they know who you are and they know who your partners are.
Damn.
Like that's in the
Damn.
post. I feel very targeted, or I should say,
You-
Gina feels very targeted.
You should both feel targeted. They definitely were talking about you.
You know what that sounds like they're accusing you of conspiracy to commit. Like that's like a felony offense type of accusation right there.
Right?
Let's say to commit.
I'm going to talk to Jonathan Hedgehog tomorrow and see if we can get a cease and desist on this. You know what I mean? Like I feel if it's definition of my character.
Just put some red hair on it and it'll be all right. You get Red Sonja official to do the work for you. Spam them with go buy the officially licensed product. All right, so this is the chain work that Grim comes with. So again, it's like a real plastic chain. Like it feels plastic. I don't know, like old school necklace chain, and it looks like a bracelet, like you could put charms on. But you're supposed to again put this around the head, and then it kind of wraps around the body or the arms.
Mm.
These are for the arms. So like this is pre-linked in these areas. It's not just something you wrap
That
around.
kind of looks like a Red Sonja accessory, the way you're holding it up.
They're really leaning into the adult collector aspect of that figure. Huh?
Right.
You know,
Little
when
too
I tell
adult.
people about
Adult
my
toys.
hobbies, I say I collect adult toys, and
Yeah.
then I tell them we do live streams on Saturdays where we talk about adult toys, and
and big
they
packages.
totally get the wrong idea.
Yes.
Because then I'm like
It's-
talking about this cool action figure, and they're like, "Wait, what? I thought you said adult toys." I was like, "What? You think YouTube lets me pop vibrators on here?" No.
You need to say adult collectibles.
Well, see, you know, the Kickstarter's going live now, so it's going to be role playing too before
Yeah.
too long.
We got some role play. Look, Bud's showing off his Spider-Man got that cake.
Oof.
Look at that arch.
Keep
Got
it
that
PG,
arch
bud.
game.
Keep it PG.
We'll get Thanos on here so we can
Spider-Man at the club.
Yeah. Twerking. All right, folks. I think I prolonged it enough now. We've still got 39 people watching, and I'm convinced the only reason that they're watching is because I said we were going to do this giveaway. So I might as well get started doing the giveaway. Let me pull up the StreamYard giveaway tool. That's the thing. Yeah.
Oops.
It's been a while since I've done this because it's not readily in. When I typed it in, it didn't automatically pop up. I don't do these giveaways too often. Joe, I can see on YouTube you're holding up that sexy ass wolf, and I love it.
It's actually pretty cool. It's got some new sculpt to it too. I think this is a new tail, and the feet are larger than the other ones. Seems like
I thought so.
Yeah,
They
The
look
the
bigger.
armor's new too, isn't it? It wasn't that spiky on the original one, was it?
it wasn't. I didn't get the one with the rusted one. I didn't get that one. So
Where is Brick when we need him? Because we know he got that D20 Wolf.
I bought 2 of them. I have the one with the
That's a
skull,
hot sauce.
the skull head, and then I got a white one that I never opened, and I forget what it came with.
All right,
I
folks.
don't remember. But this is pretty cool.
Yeah,
though.
Terrence,
I'm
you're on
glad.
mute.
You've muted yourself. I didn't do that.
No, I'm sorry. Gina's opening boxes behind me, so I didn't want you to hear all the plastic crunch. I apologize.
I don't know. I like it. So,
ASMR, you know?
right.
I mean, it could be worse. Alan could be on here, like, you know, dremeling something or, you know, whatnot.
Yeah, right.
Where's Alan tonight? Jeez.
Role playing, I think.
Oh.
He's doing an RPG.
That's right. With Jacques the Whipper and the spell swords. Oh man, yeah, I forgot he was doing that
Oh
tonight.
shit!
He
Really?
did say
That's awesome.
Yeah.
they like there's so many
You
of these influencers for fantasy combat that they all were commented tons of times that they all needed to do an RPG together. So they said, okay, let's do it. And Alan is helping them.
He
which is
built
funny.
the set. He gave us
Yeah.
a teaser of it on Offworld last night, and it is amazing. He did like a stone dragon head over the fireplace. It's pretty freaking awesome.
Nice. All right, folks. If you want your chance to win Grim the Executioner, drop it in the comments now. Hashtag BDSM. Hoods and chains and leather. Hashtag BDSM. I've got 3 entries so far. See, the funny part is it's like, I don't know if I go back. Okay, it'll still be up. We'll leave that up for a while. I just want to see how many people we can actually get out there putting in hashtag BDSM. Jamie Rockwood. I'm not used to seeing that name in the chat. Awesome. Thank you for being here to watch. All right. That's right, Crash. That's right. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but whips and chains excite me.
Was there the coverage that I've seen of Zolo Con has been limited. It's been AWOC, it's been Four Horsemen, it's been well, that's about it, to be honest. That's kind of what I pay attention to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you need anything else?
I mean, there's a lot of really cool stuff, guys.
Yeah.
Oz or Terrence. I get Terrence, you're there too. Did either of you guys get tattooed by the Skeletron guys?
No.
Not for a lack of Jordan trying. Jordan hounded me, tried to get me to sign up. Apparently, Purple Gang, a lot of folks in Purple Gang got tattooed. Billy Beige got tattooed. Ryan Gonzalez,
Van
Amber.
did.
So
Amber did, yeah.
Dub
George got tattooed.
Dub Trace got it on the side of his head.
Dub got the Skeletron logo on the side of his head.
Now, my question, because it was very unclear to me, are people paying to get tattooed, or is Skeletron covered?
Skeletron paying for it.
If you got the tattoo of their logo,
that's a wild promo.
Yeah, that's definitely unique. Yeah.
You know
what? I tried to get tattooed at Legion's Con a couple years ago, but it didn't work out.
Well,
David
there's
Williams.
so many health concerns when it happens too.
No.
Yes.
No, it's fine. No, I mean, if it's a stick and poke, if Ben Conway was telling me that he was going to tattoo me, I'd be like, no thanks. But the fact that it's I mean, it's proper tattoo artists. I mean, they know what
It
they're
is.
doing.
It is. And they've got the proper gear and everything. We passed by when George was getting tattooed, and honestly, it was a pretty clean setup that they had going on over there. Like, they had like an entire section that was like just for that, and like you couldn't really just go back there. Like, you could hang out on the other side of a table and kind of watch, but they actually had like a
Barrier. Yeah.
yeah, like it was sealed off so like people couldn't just come through and mess with it and all like that. It was pretty well professionally done for, again, the type of setup that they had.
I've been tattooed at a tattoo convention.
Right.
I don't understand people wanting to watch people get tattooed. That's as
think people
close
just
as
like
you
to
can
watch
get
people
to
try.
watching paint dry.
I have been with many of friends while they got tattooed, mostly for moral support. Quite a few of it, we were all underage skipping school anyway, so we had nowhere better to be. But I've been around for a lot of people who got tattooed. And I've been in basement setups that were cleaner than most professional studios, as well I've been in living rooms that probably should have been napalmed and incinerated that people were tattooed in. So, all right, folks, we got 20 entries with 41 people watching. Also, I hope you all have subscribed and hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Hashtag BDSM for your chance to win Grim the Executioner. I know it's not the Legendary Warrior. Unfortunately, I was not able to get a Legendary Warrior for us to do as a giveaway tonight, and that's a bummer. But they sold out before I even showed up at the con, and that's honestly not anybody's fault. Like, I don't have any blame on it. It's a hot figure, so it's sold the hell out.
I wonder if having to pull pieces out of the packaging and put stickers over bios limited the amount that they could have.
I may or may have heard something along those lines, Joe.
Gotcha.
May or may not have heard that. So
That's unfortunate.
Considering they had a completely ready to go product that they had to completely open and dismantle and pop out pieces and then package it back together with like 2 weeks to do this in before showtime.
Yeah,
Hold on,
that's-
Terrence. I was going to
that's
try to bring you up while you had that up there, buddy. Here we go. That's him.
Operation Monster Force, the Shadow Wraith.
Shadow Wraith. Thank you. We were trying to remember the name earlier.
That
That's
suit body
that's
looks
a-
pretty good.
Cool looking figure.
Isn't it? I really think I should have got one of those to go along with the rest of my Monster Force collection of translucent figures.
I mean,
I
I was
have
really looking
more-
forward for a pink eraser, but you know.
The funny
I
part
have
is,
more con exclusive Monster Force figures than I have normal Monster Force figures.
me too, Adam. As a matter of fact, 75% of my Monster Force are con exclusives, and 75% of them are translucent plastic. The only one that's not is my Primal Kilowog.
Mm-hmm.
All right, folks. Last chance here. We got 25 entries. Make sure that you try your chance to get in. We've also got Southern Life 6584. First time seeing your name in the chat. Thank you for jumping in, man. Hopefully we get a chance to win this here.
Not
So
to be
again-
confused with Southern Life 6583.
Wait, was that a name that was in there too? Did I miss that one?
I doubt it.
So, guys, again, this is for your chance to win. Completely sealed in pack. Grim the Executioner Zolo Con exclusive that comes with the extra heads. You get it here, folks. We're giving it away. You will have to send me your address so I can ship it, of course. But Cowabunga dudes jumping in now. Yes, Operation Monster Force are military-themed action figures. And I have Dracula, I've got the Forgotten King. I have Smoky Eraser. And I have Primal Kilowog. So again, 3 out of 4 are transparent because I got the what were they? Toy Lantern or
Oh, you got the
Joe
Joe Fest exclusive. Yeah.
yeah, Joe Fest exclusive Forgotten King and Dracula. As well as again, I actually won the Smoky Eraser from Purple Gang Gang. And I did the Primal Kilowog I got on my own because it was a badass werewolf. All right, folks. 28 entries. I think we're just going to roll it. We're going to roll it and see who wins. Swear to God, if Bud wins, I'm going to think he's briming my Chrome browser.
Hey, all right.
Nolan!
I'm not even going to be mad.
Alright.
I'm not even going to be mad. And I only did
Can't.
enter to try to piss off Oz.
I bet you did, because you know.
I
every
waited
time
till the last second. I was like, I don't need it. I'm going to enter just to see if I'll win.
Heck yeah. Well, Nolan,
Awesome.
we're going to figure out the way to get this across the border. It may involve Adam picking it up at a con where he gets other stuff sent to, and then we could just... It might take a while to get to you that way. You said your next one's WonderCon?
Yeah, I got WonderCon and then Joe Fest is the next one after that, I think.
Okay. I don't know of anybody that's going to WonderCon, but I could just ship it to the hotel there. I was going to say, I think you guys are the only guys I know going to WonderCon specifically.
No, I mean if Nolan's okay with it, just hold on to it. I'll see you later in the year. I mean, it's otherwise you're just going to end up paying shipping 4 times, and you may as well just ship it direct to him. But that's
I guess, yeah.
I sent a couple Legions figures to Ken, and it wasn't too bad.
It's not too bad, and I mean, like, Nolan, I think, is maybe in Manitoba, so he's kind of central. So it might not be that bad. I mean, check it. It's paperwork. It's the U.S. I will say this: most U.S. collectors don't want to ship across the border because they don't like the idea of the paperwork. What they don't realize is that the paperwork for us to ship to the U.S. is actually worse because of your weird tariff rules and stuff like that that have just come into play. But
Saskatchewan.
But it's okay. So yeah, not too far off from where I thought he was. But
yeah, I did the paperwork. It wasn't too bad.
It's literally not even 5 minutes. Like,
yeah.
But people kind of panic when they have to like do more than just put an address in, I think. So,
right.
But like I said, if Nolan's willing to wait, I'll pick it up from a show, at some point this year and then ship it over to him.
Exactly. We can make sure this finds its way to you, Nolan. Do not worry. We'll make it happen. I'm just glad it wasn't like that one person that I have that watches over in like Sweden every Saturday. No idea who they are, but my analytics tell me that 1% of my channel watches from Sweden. Why it picks that up, I don't know. And effectively, I think that means more than one person, of course, because that's not 1% of viewership. But there's enough people that watch me from over there that it shows up in my analytics, and I think it's the craziest thing. I was like, how do I not have more viewers in Australia than Sweden? They love me over there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know enough people over there to think that it's anybody that I actually know.
Yeah.
And Steve, since you're in the chat watching and all, brother, Joe was doing a great job today. He was freaking busy. He was making some money for you guys today. Getting the word out, spreading it around, getting the product seen by a lot of people. So, very excited. I didn't want to hang out and take up too much of his time because, again, he's busy. Well, guys, you know what time it is. I've done the giveaway. I've opened up one of my figures. That means I'm going to take things mobile and head outside so I can here. Oz, they love me in Sweden. I'm like David Hasselhoff in Germany, Oz in Sweden. That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, he was doing great. He was really, really doing great, Steve. It was awesome seeing him. It was sad seeing the booth and not seeing the whole gang there. You know, like, because I love all you guys. There's John, William, like, I know all of you at Delta 17. So, like, seeing you all at Joe Fest together was nice. Like, most of the people I want to talk to are right there. And then it was like today, it was just Joe. And as cool as that is, and it's great that it was Joe, don't get me wrong, I love seeing Joe, but I missed seeing all of you there with him. It's that bummed me out a little bit. What about Australia? So Australia is also known as the Land of Oz. That's true. And I did always say that if I made it over there, I would take my continent back. Because it is a continent. And I would take it back. I've been making that joke since I've had this nickname. That's also why it's the land where everything tries to kill you. All right, guys, I'm going to go mobile here. I will be back in a bit.
I ended up getting that Phantom Trooper.
Oh, nice.
Almost didn't. I don't know. I ended up ordering him later on. Really glad I did, though. I don't know. It gives me a reason to get Cosmic Legions.
I pre-ordered my retailer Wave from Big Bad Toy Store, and I haven't heard anything from him yet. So
shield he comes with is really cool. I don't know. It's like simple, but that riot shield.
Yep.
We just got cool stuff with Cosmics.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I only pre-ordered one, but I don't think it'll be the last one I get. The different head options.
I was like,
The head options are pretty cool. I like the army build.
Yeah, I'll be sticking with the Horde Trooper just so he fits in on the shelf.
Right.
So if you want some extra heads, I'll have them.
The heads aren't the extra parts that I need. I need extra bodies.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Cosmic has a problem with people not having extra heads. There's 37 heads to every body that they've put out so far. So
right.
The extra redhead.
Well, they've done all the different sort of character packs to go with them.
Yeah,
I suspect to sort of push sales of figures that maybe got overproduced and sort of undersold. They're great figures, but I mean, that's a tough one because, you know, with Mythic you've got. I mean, this has been discussed ad nauseum, so it's not as though I'm saying anything that hasn't been said before. But like, you know, with Mythic, they kind of stepped into a niche that hadn't been covered, but with Cosmic, I think there's a lot of different lines that do stuff that's similar, and then beyond that, it's like there's not a lore that sort of went with it. So it's a little bit of a difficult. It's a little more difficult to kind of sell that idea. Yeah. I think Mythic Legions fans and Four Horsemen fans have adopted it pretty well. Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot of Cosmic fans. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's you know, I think they're probably doing fine. I think they might not be doing as well as they wanted to.
I think the Ox Crew waves are going to do better.
Yeah.
You know, it's a new line. I mean, Mythic has been out for almost twice as long, but when Mythics came out, there wasn't really any fantasy, you know, figures to buy. So they found like this perfect niche. I know myself being a D&D fan, when I saw those figures, I was like, holy
exactly.
crap.
Yeah.
You know, where with, you know, sci-fi properties, there's a lot of sci-fi properties. I'm sure, but I think with Ox Crew having kind of almost like what would you call Mad Max post-apocalyptic. It's almost got a sci-fi post-apocalyptic feel, and I think that's going to be really appealing. I think to people, so those waves might do better or draw more.
I think there's a little bit too of a Space Marine thing going on with the Ox.
Yeah, with the
oversized
bulky spacesuits
too.
Yeah, yep.
So I've seen a lot of people custom. I've seen a lot more people customizing the Ox crew suit than I saw people customizing the kind of first wave cosmic suit.
Right. Yep. It's kind of weird how that all works, like you were just talking about the figure that you put the ghost head in.
Fisher Rice.
Thank you. I have poo brain. Fisher Rice is just a tusk body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But because it's painted different, it is more appealing, which is kind of interesting how that works. How like a paint scheme, even though it's very similar to previous figures, that you kind of go, oh wow, I need some of that.
Well, I mean, Cosmic. I'll be very transparent. I'm not a huge fan of Cosmic. It doesn't really do much for me as a line, but the figures are fantastic, and I have several. Like I have that Fisher Rice because as soon as I saw the Fisher Rice and I saw that undead head, and I was like, okay, I want to put that in that dome.
Mm-hmm.
And so I picked that up. I picked up the ATL-25 because it's a G.I. Joe homage, although they won't say that. I picked up the Boba Fett figure. I can't even remember what it's called, but it looks like Boba Fett.
Yeah. I forget.
And I picked up what was the first female figure in the first wave? Spherian?
Zirian Spire?
Zirian Spire. I'm getting the name sort of. Zirian Spire. A fantastic female figure.
Yes.
Like
Agreed.
the figures are amazing. I just personally I'm picking up the ones like I'm gonna try to get somebody to pick up the Toylanta exclusive this year as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
because it's Firefly
this year.
Yeah. No, I'll be Terrence will be on the hook for getting me that one for sure.
I don't want to hear no bullshit about exclusive. But yeah, I gotta say, like those ones that they're doing for Toylanta, I'm loving them. Like I said, when they came out with ATL-25, I wanted to buy a whole bunch of them and do some pop and swap. They reminded me so much of the Space Marines from Aliens with the camo that, like, I was like, oh my god, these I want to be my Space Marines to go with my NECA Aliens.
I think I ended up with 6.
Yeah,
together.
They had the regular version on the table today, and I almost thought about picking up.
Yeah, it's a really cool figure. It is. I did a lot of popping and swapping to make like a military unit, So
that was my idea.
But those are kind of cool because I get a more contemporary vibe from the Atlanta figures. Like modern day, which is cool. I like that. I was thinking that.
Well, and that's what I. Yeah, it's
when
got
the
that
graveyard
sort of G.I. Joe near sci-fi. Like it's not that crazy future sci-fi. It's like
right.
Yeah,
I was thinking when the graveyard zombies, because they have contemporary clothing, those will go really well with like the military figures. Zombies versus army men or whatever.
Yeah,
so that might be how
that's actually really good idea, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have all these different shirts to go with all these different figures. What I've got a Legion's Lounge shirt. I got Art by Ackerman shirt. I got the Cabal shirt. What's the other shirt I got on one of them? Purple Gang shirt? I think. I don't know. I've got so many of the different shirts to put on those. Hold on, Terrence. I'm trying to embiggen you. Ooh, look. You guys that.
What is that?
So this is put out by Big Bad Workshop, and it's basically they make these bodies. They're pretty much blank bodies. They have them in different colors, But if you wanted to make like, I mean, if you were doing mythic, maybe you'd make like an ogre or like a brute scale figure, but like completely, you start from scratch. I've actually wanted to make a Hulk, like an actual Hulk figure. So I thought maybe this would be a good one. You know what I mean? Like to paint with and try to customize with soft goods and stuff like that. But I don't know. We'll see. Gina she has another project she wants to do on another one. So we bought 2 of them. One was, I think the other one's flesh colored. So we'll see what
right
happens. But they also had purple, but I don't know. I couldn't think of anything that could be done with purple. So
One eye, one horn, flying purple people eater.
There you go.
I'm just reaching here. You could put green spots on the purple body and make a more humanized Barney. The pit. You could do the pit.
And then they did have the, I don't know if Joe had seen these, but they had come out with the standard editions of the Crossroads figures.
Oh, wow. No, I had
Okay,
no
so
idea.
Well, sorry, I'm holding up an Elijah, but anyways,
I knew what you meant.
yeah.
So I
That's
did
cool.
show
I do
that I
need-
got the
I do need
nymph
some of
and the
those.
Shirel standard today. I didn't see the warrior or the revenant on the table.
Yeah, I think they've had a certain allotment every day that they've gone through. They had a couple things on the table that I hadn't seen. They had, Faunus was out there, Hagnon.
I'm still looking for an Enoch. They did not have an Enoch at the table by the time I got there.
No, he was definitely not there. I'm starting to think they do not have Enoch anymore. But
That's a very good possibility. He was like, again, hands down one of the most popular. I mean, if I really need another Templar, I can definitely pick up an Elijah. It's not like Elijah's a bad figure.
just to go back on an earlier comment that Adam was saying that the Skeletron promo was weird with the tattooing, or an unusual, interesting. I think Savage Crucible putting Magnum condoms inside of their packaging now is kind of provocative, But
Is that ours?
no, it's not ours.
No, I'm.
No, it's too big, Gina. It's too big. It's a Magnum. She said Magnum.
Open that up.
Gina, I'm Irish, okay? There is a curse. Anyway, so no, but this they're now putting in 2 blind bags and one of them's gold. So
That's the treasure, right?
Yeah. So it was interesting. I mean, color choice is really interesting, but
That's
definitely
Mezco. Mezco does their Mezits in little gold bags.
gold
exactly
bags.
like that too.
I'm still trying to get a burn bar. I'll get one again at a show later this year sometime, or just eventually when it goes up on their site, because I'm sorry, he's such a cool looking figure. I definitely want another. Again, most of his armor is the same stuff that was on the Shield of Dazara or whatever his name is. I can never remember it.
Mhm.
Honestly, like most of the Savage Crucible names, I have a harder time pronouncing than the Mythic Legion's names. But he's got the same exact armor. He just comes with a couple more swords because he's a blade master.
Are they existing swords and he just has a new head? Is that basically the?
Yeah, he's got the Jaeger unhooded head, and then he has a new werewolf, like a very wolf head. But everything else on the figure, from what I saw, was mostly existing parts. I think, his boots and stuff are from the new barbarians that they've put out. His the other armories, basically that's the only new piece is that new head. Everything else has already been out. Oh, I think the one sword, they've got a larger size sword with it. I think that might be new. I don't think that one was out before. Terrence can tell you. He just opened his up.
Well, this is different. This was actually, if you brought a birthday card for Chris Garwich, you got a gift from him.
Damn it, I knew I should have brought a birthday card. I did sign his card because, he posted yesterday it was his birthday, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's right, his birthday. So I wanted to stop and get a card before getting to the convention, and I forgot. I didn't even know he was doing that. I just thought it would be nice.
Yeah, so
That's what we had done. We had just brought one to be nice, and he was like, "Here, You get a gift.
But yeah, we also brought a couple other cards, and we had everyone on the line sign it this morning. So we had one for Jeremy Gerard because his birthday is also like I think in a day or two.
Yeah.
And then we had one for we felt we couldn't leave out Big Greg, so because he had just had his birthday, so we
His
brought
birthday.
another card for him as well.
And then it's always Cookie's birthday.
It's always Cookie's birthday. That's true.
So we had 4 cards running through the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to talk with Cookie for a bit and asked him if he was going to be coming back to Maryland Toy Expo. He said he's definitely going to be on the Maryland Toy Expo, so I'll be seeing him again there.
I'm gonna go head down there.
Okay.
You know, this is the first con I've been to that Jesse's been at that I actually didn't really get a chance to stop and say hi to Jesse, because every time I saw him, he was busy with people, and I don't like... I love seeing everybody that I know, but I also don't like interrupting you guys because most of you, everybody's like working. So I
He had a
don't
table,
want
didn't
to
he?
interrupt you from doing sales. So
Yeah, he does the Wolf King table.
yeah, he's always working the
Oh,
Wolf
okay.
King booth.
Yeah.
So like, I don't like to interrupt people that I know when they're there working and making money. Like Adam will tell you, like when I come up to try and talk to him, it's normally when there's nobody there. And I will stand there patiently waiting for other people to stop talking to him before I start talking.
It's hard, man, because like that's the job, right? You're there to talk to people, but it's like, but you're there to talk to people with the hope that you're gonna sell them something, and sort of, you have to balance. Like, yeah, you bought stuff yesterday, and now we're just talking as friends. Versus, like, this is someone that's coming up to the table that it's never heard of the line, and you know, you got to engage and yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
I try to be so cognizant of that. Like,
yeah, you're great. You're great, but there's
sale.
certainly people that are just completely oblivious to the fact that we're also there to make money.
My secret was that I was so dumb. I bought flags and didn't know how to assemble them the previous year. So I was like, Adam, I have like 3 flags I don't know how to put together.
Is that Brian George's flags?
Yeah.
But the
And then I
best
bought
part
more of
about
them.
that is that if Adam's demoing how to assemble the flags, he might sell some to somebody else walking by.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's never a bad thing to demo stuff with people, because even if you're having them demo it for you, that might appeal to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to kind of sneak in the convo and also try to get other people interested in, hey, what's going on over there?
You know what's funny? We're talking about everything that's going on at this convention and all this kind of stuff, and people are talking about the non-convention exclusive versions of. I don't think I've ever put my Sir Valgard version 2 together. I just realized that. Like,
Really?
I'm looking at pictures of it, and I'm like, I don't think I even knew that he came with those big eagle pauldrons, because I think mine's just the base figure. I don't think I've ever like put it together.
Well, and then he came with the big legs too. He had the
Yeah, you mentioned that they had them. They had it without the legs, and I was like, oh yeah, I got those legs. My intention, because I have Sir Valgard, my intention was actually to like put together just a gold knight with those parts, but I haven't done that. I don't even know where it is, if I'm being perfectly honest. That's how spoiled I am.
Well, I bought 3. One of them is Valgard, and 2 of them are the Gold Knights. But I figured when they came out with the retail one, I could buy one more and use the con exclusive parts to have a 3rd knight.
Mm-hmm. Again, that was like my whole idea with like, you know, like just buying one of each when I was at Legion's Con for the Revenant and the Shirelle, because I knew later they were going to release the regular versions without the con exclusive parts, so I could just buy those, and there you go. Like I'm good to go. You know, that was my plan.
I bought 2 of each because I wanted to have the full set of standard figures.
Of course,
but for the alternate con exclusive head builds, that's what I figured.
You need at least one more.
Yeah, I think 2 more of each. But yeah,
And hey, why not, right?
I tend to overdo it.
A little bit, but that's
my
okay. We
standard.
love you for it, Joe.
I like what I like.
So what started this whole topic for tonight, and on the original thumbnail, I did say con exclusives. But what got this whole conversation about exclusives, are they worth the hassle, was a conversation we were having about the Kickstarter exclusives. And that's when I realized today, when I was putting it all together, I was like, well, wait a minute. The driving force of this conversation topic was not a con exclusive. Why did I? And I realized because I was putting con exclusives on the thumbnail that's why I put con exclusives in the title. So I re-edited edited the thumbnail and edited the title of the show and everything before I made my post today. But exclusives, are they worth the hassle? Now, mind you, all of that was done before ever even finding out of today's hassle with trying to get the exclusives. But we brought it up because we were talking about Kickstarter exclusives. So if you guys know and you've been following, the RPG Kickstarter has started, and it fully funded in less than 5 minutes the 90,000 goal that they were going for. Then they blew past the first stretch goal, which unlocked another set of dice. And then we blew past the second stretch goal, which unlocked a new figure, and we're still climbing to that third stretch goal. And Real Grievance says he backed for the figures only, and that's totally cool. It's totally good that you do back for the figures. One of the main reasons that the Horsemen put it on Kickstarter was because they wanted to reach more than just their normal action figure audience. There's kind of almost like a built-in class of customer because so many tabletop games go through Kickstarter to get funded.
Mm-hmm.
And
accessories and
exactly
all kind. A lot of RPG products are sold through Kickstarter.
Yeah, they get their start there at Kickstarter. So it was a really, really smart idea. As a matter of fact, earlier this week, when more of the details were revealed, I started sending them to a buddy of mine, Trent Farrell, on IG. He and I have been buddies since like high school. We used to do some backyard wrestling together. He was in night school, and I used to catch him as I was leaving school. And we've been buddies for years. He a while ago, his sister married my one of my other best friends. And like when I was going over to their house, like he started a little D&D campaign, and we were all playing. But then COVID happened and ruined it. We couldn't all get together to play anymore. It is what it is, and then things kind of fell apart from there. But I hit him up, and I was like, Justin, look, here it is, the Kickstarter for the Mythic Legions role-playing game. And he said to me, he goes, I actually got the notification for that because I get a lot of Kickstarter notifications for how many tabletop games I back. And I was like, he goes, I immediately thought of you. And I was like, well, I was already in the know about it and have been for some time because of what's going on. So, I need players and, really looking for a good DM. So, maybe you should back this thing. So I'll get, more from him on that later. But in any case, though, one of the things that they had announced early on, before the Kickstarter was even really a thing, before we knew about it, when we got the Paladin Cleric that was first debuted at San Diego Comic-Con, they were like, this will be an exclusive San Diego Comic-Con figure with these colorways because they are the San Diego Comic-Con colors. Now, oh my God, is it? It's one of the best. Hands down, one of my favorites.
Thank you, Adam.
Boy.
Now,
Yeah, actually, fun fact. I got one for Terrence before I got one for me.
Who did I
Hey,
get to get? Mikey.
It was really
Mikey
cool to
got
actually
me
be on the
mine.
receiving end of that deal. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't happen too often, but I appreciate it.
That's
Mhm, mhm.
but that's I mean, I'll get to it later. Like I'll kind of repeat this later, I think, probably. But the reality is, like, Terrence has been so helpful to me and so willing to like pick stuff up for me that
Mhm.
when I had the opportunity, because that was again like they had this time around for Zolo Con, it was like one per person per day. And I was,
Yeah.
I even said, like, I'm getting one for Terrence, and they're like, we don't have enough of them. And it just kind of worked out. But the one that I got for me on the final day was the one that Terrence got, and then Jason, for whatever reason, didn't want one. He was in the line with me, but he didn't need one when he was in the line with me. And he's like, I'll take a barbarian. And I was like, and he'd also like a cleric.
Yeah.
So
He
we
doesn't
managed,
know he wants
we
it,
managed
but
to get
I know
two,
he
so it was
wants
fine.
it.
But
See, that will
But
be
it- but it-
us at Toylanta because you'll get the one and then I'll get for you guys because I don't do the cosmic ones. I don't yuck on anybody's yum, but cosmic doesn't speak to me. So I'll go get in line for you guys.
Right.
but that's it, right? Like it's you do things for other people because people do things for you, and it's like
Mhm.
it's
You
this
wanna help.
reciprocal thing, and it's this respect for other collectors, and well, I'll
Well-
chime in later, but we'll kind of come back to that point.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say about, is it worth the hassle? Well, thanks to Terrence and Gina, it's not a hassle for me to get exclusives. It's actually super easy.
Right. It makes it way less of a hassle, right? Community shoppers. But, we were talking about the fact that was exclusive to San Diego Comic-Con. And they even announced that they will have that character in a different colorway for when the game came out, which we all saw with the red tabard and everything like that.
Not soft goods, though.
No, not soft goods. But still, like,
It's a
it was going to
good-looking
have this
figure.
different. Yeah, I mean, it looks great,
Yeah.
which is why I
Dan
want another
Larson's
one now.
never looked so good. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I'm
So-
partial to that beard style myself. So.
Right? Right? That's what I said. Like, it wasn't an homage to Joe, but it was an homage to Joe's beard.
Yeah. to dark-haired old men.
But the again, that was the way they explained it, that it was going to be that exclusive. So when they did announce, when they were doing the Kickstarter thing, that they were going to put a limited number of those San Diego Kickstarter, San Diego ones as part of the Kickstarter, I figured they said it was originally going to be limited to so many units. I figured,
Yeah.
okay, that's the remaining stock of the San Diego Comic-Con, that they're just like, well, we've got these figures. We haven't sold it at any other show. We're just going to go ahead and put it in with, the Kickstarter. Makes sense. And then I found out later they lifted those limits, and now everybody can get that figure. And it's like, man, the amount of trouble that people had trying to get it to begin with, and now it's not even limited anymore. Like, again, limited stock. I get you had overflow and you wanted to get rid of the remaining units, and this is a great way to get it out there and finish it off. Now, guys, you all know I'm like a horseman shill. I mean, I was wearing my horseman beanie with my Legions Con 2024 shirt today, while wearing my Noble Bear hoodie, to the point where I was standing at the horseman table and Brad Treadaway said to me, if you were to wear one more piece of horseman clothing, I'd make you go stand behind the table and work for us.
Go get that box from storage.
And you know
I
what?
don't know
Hey, I
what you
would
mean.
have. I'd have been like, cool, I'm working
That
for
was
the
a
horseman.
perfect opportunity to ask for some horseman pants there, Oz.
You know what? I did
Complete
buy
the
a
look.
pin, so I did get an extra piece of Four Horsemen apparel today.
Nice.
If you saw that little flashy thing that's attached to my beanie, it is the green and orange Four Horsemen logo pin. I figured we're coming into March now. As a matter of fact, on the East Coast, it's 22 minutes into March. So I might as well get my St. Patty's Day pin.
Good call.
Because I already have it in like 2 other colorways, but why not? One for every holiday. But yeah, so it was one of these things where, like, again, I don't feel burned in any particular way about this, but it's like when something is said to be exclusive like that, it adds a certain inherent value to it. And like, it's cool. I've got this exclusive figure. I don't buy things to resell. I don't care how much that exclusivity is worth monetarily. And I don't even care about it as like a status symbol per se. Ooh, I've got all these rare, exclusives. That's not why I get it. I get it because I like the toys and I like playing with them overall. And I loved the way this one looked, and I wanted to have this version of it because it looked damn good. As a matter of fact, so good that even the regular version with the red looks so damn good. But, it just kind of cheapens it, like, I don't know. It feels a little cheaper now. Like that it's not, it's still a great figure and I'm still loving the figure, but it's just like, why, I get trying to get people everything they want, but this is one of those times where you're like, you could have just simply said like, well, look, you can get it in the regular colorways. You'll get it in the red.
So if I can comment, I will say, I feel like they caved too fast. Even if that was something that they were going to do, they did it so fast that I think these habitual complainers are going to feel empowered by that. And now there's everything that they do, there's going to be those same people complaining, trying to get some type of, advantage. I was frustrated the other day when I saw a thread about the cost of the figures, and they're already priced at $30, which is $20 less than a standard figure. And I don't want to get involved in the drama, but it's just like, why this company sucks? Why aren't they just giving away figures for free? Why should I have to pay for them? Just give them to me,
why don't they just hand me toys?
Yeah.
They're successful. Why do they need to make money? Oh,
yeah, exactly.
They're successful because they make money. Yeah.
I think that bothered me more than anything was just how fast that they caved, because I hate to see people that complain excessively about things that aren't necessarily valid get that sense of empowerment, like, aha, look what I did. I don't like that. I think there's a right way to handle things, and that wasn't it. But I will. Oh,
no, please finish up, Joe. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, one thing that I do like with the Horseman. Now, me personally, I don't care about that stuff. Like, it's not something that I feel strongly about one way or another. But I do like when they do, okay, so this is an exclusive. It's going to come with these exclusive parts that are only available in the con version. But if you want the figure, we'll give it to you later. Yeah. As just something. So you get exclusive parts. You can display it in an exclusive way. And then the standard release doesn't have some of those parts. And I think that's a good,
compromise.
I'm drawing a blank on the word, but
compromise.
Compromise. There you go. Thank you.
Gina had it actually.
Compromise, so that way everybody can still get the figure, because it sucks when you can't get a figure at all. But that way, if you take the effort and the money, time to go to a convention, you at least get something special out of it, And I think that's a good way to handle it. And I'm feeling a little bit like maybe this should have been handled the same way. It just shouldn't be the exact San Diego Comic-Con version. I will say, though, that I'm looking at the amount of backers right now, just a little more than 1,700 backers. And I'm pretty sure that's less than what they said they had left over from San Diego Comic-Con, like their run of figures. So even, I mean, maybe in the grand scheme, some people would have missed out, but at least this initially thing, if you really wanted it, it was a good incentive to pledge right away.
Right.
So,
get that limited, be one of those limited quantity and pledge early.
right.
Like, again, I wouldn't have felt as rushed because I already had the figure, but somebody who missed out, that is a definite, if they wanted that figure, that is a definite incentive to kind of do that early bird thing. Now, what I was going to say about the sense of empowerment from complaining, I know Terrence backed at least 3 of those fucking snake layers when they redid the damn thing. I love you, Terrence.
Listen, that Imaginext toy.
That was a great Imaginext toy, and Imaginext toys have amazing play features.
I was told and showed a picture of what we were going to get. That is not what they ended up coming out with. But
And have you ever seen the original concept of Castle Grayskull and then what we got?
Listen, you can go out and buy yourself a lava playmat anywhere you want. You know what I mean, and put it under the castle.
The
And,
original
I-
Castle Grayskull.
I forgot
concept
just how
art.
hot Terrence got about that. I
Yeah.
actually
The
forgot.
original concept art Castle Grayskull looked nothing like even the prototype toy that they came out with. It was as far from the freaking concept art as that snake layer was.
Wait. Let's talk about something though. Concept art versus something you had people vote on. Like, so concept art, like, let's just say AWOC decides to do something, and Adam and Brick and Jason sit down, they look at something, but it doesn't get publicly shown and said, hey, back this. Versus
But
something
it
where they
does
had
have
us
the
vote.
warning on there that this is a concept and final product may differ because it did.
Listen, you have every right to be as wrong as you'd like to be, Oz. I'm just saying, you know what?
I'm just saying word of law and language matters. And when something says that this is a
Did I lose him? Is it
concept
me? Am I gone, or are you guys?
and that
I can't
final
hear anybody.
that
product
was
may
Bud
be
that dropped
different.
But yeah.
Yeah, Bud dropped
You're-
off.
You're good, Terrence.
we're,
Who did we
we're-
lose? We lost somebody.
we lost Bud.
Bud,
Bud dropped off. He's
Can you guys
probably so
hear me?
tired of-
Can you give me
Yeah,
a
we
thumbs
can
up?
hear you.
we can hear you, Terrence. Can you hear us?
Okay, I can't hear you guys. So I'm gonna back out and come back in, I guess.
All right. But honestly,
just
if you
that
guys want to
angry.
hear me and Terrence go
Yeah.
back and forth about the steak layer, go watch a 20. Well, you can't watch that 24-hour live stream because that was the year that we learned that we couldn't replay the 24 hours. So never mind. You guys never get to see it again.
I can see it from
think-
both sides.
I'm
too,
back.
so-
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
we
can
can
see
hear
the
you.
argument
Hear
that-
us.
I don't know. I
You
guess I
voted
got
on-
just so irate that it just completely knocked out audio on your end. I really apologize about that. You know?
Blew the speaker out, Terrence.
It's all good. I went and told people to go watch a 24-hour live stream that they can't rewatch. So
No,
I
in
can
all
understand-
fairness, the great thing about like a Kickstarter or a HasLab or a crowdsource thing is, you can vote. And it wasn't for me. It was one of the first things, that they were doing with the Motu license that I was just like, I don't know, I'm not feeling this one. And,
Yeah,
and I felt
you
bad
can
about not
vote by-
liking it.
you can vote by not funding it, but you fucking campaigned to have that shit canceled. And then I got pissed because I had to wait another 2 fucking years before I get my fucking snake layer.
Listen, that's my right as an American and as an entitled, spoiled toy collector. You know what I mean? Like,
So you felt empowered by your complaining, didn't you?
I channeled my inner Karen and I just basically made sure that everybody else maybe could see things my way. You know what I mean? Like,
spoke to the manager of the universe, much like those Karen head sculpts on Masterverse that came out for the next 4 He-Men.
I have the power as manager of the universe. You know what I mean? Like,
So again, this is what the talk about them rolling back this decision to give unlimited amounts of this exclusive is kind of what triggered the idea for tonight's topic.
It's not an exclusive if it's unlimited.
I was gonna say it lost that exclusivity. It's no longer a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive at all.
If
At
everyone is
all.
special, then no one
It's
is.
not an exclusive.
No, I'm unique just like everybody else. But it's like sometimes
That's
is
your
it
stuff.
really worth the hassle to go through all the trouble to get these exclusives? And that was
Okay.
before today's trials and tribulations of showing up and not getting. And again, this wasn't a Zolo Con exclusive. It was a Zolo Con debut. You're still going to be able to get the Legendary Warrior at any of their conventions throughout the rest of the year. And then at the end of the year, they're going to do an in-stock sale like they did with the Legendary Barbarian. That'll probably sell out in less than 2 minutes for all the people who weren't able to make it to shows all year long.
And then we'll hear about that.
And we will hear about that. And, the tough part for that is the Four Horsemen specifically, and I can't speak to as many other... I mean, I know Valaverse, they have con exclusives, and they've got following in other parts of the world as well. But people who live in other parts of the world very rarely are able to make it to the United States to get these con exclusives, and really do depend on the kindness of others, to get these figures to them, because they definitely can't really, again, people traveling from entire other countries to come here. It's not like, again, with Adam, he's in luck that he works for Spiro. So sometimes he does come over to the United States on this side of the border and is able to attend these shows where he gets to pick up everything that we help get for him at a more reasonable price. So that he can take it across the border without having to pay as much duties and fees and shipping and everything else, and as much paperwork. So again, it's definitely a hassle for some people to try to get these, but then when it gets released like that,
This is the thing, though, and this is why I'm complaining about the complainers, is because you could try something like being nice to people, helping people get figures that they can't normally get or have trouble getting.
Yep.
You can build relationships with people, so that way when people go to shows that you can't go to, it's not super difficult to people will do you favors because you've done favors for them and been kind to them. And I don't like complaining trumping kindness in this,
agreed.
which is a hobby, something that we do for fun. And
Right.
it bothers me that these negative people can creep in and have the strong influence that they have. I don't feel like it's right. We're a bunch of middle-aged men and women collecting toys. I don't feel like there should be a lot of room for anger and negativity in this wonderful hobby. That's just my opinion, but I feel pretty strongly about it.
As do most of us here, Joe, because we all have very similar feelings on that. We often say, spend money on what you want. You can't do this hobby wrong, whether you collect mint on card, which whatever the fuck is wrong with those people. And then, whether you open your toys, there's no way to do this hobby wrong.
Except by backing the snake layer. That's a terrible, terrible idea.
I totally back the snake layer, and I will have my snake layer, and it's great. But the idea is that we do this for fun. And if you're not having fun doing it, then you are doing it wrong.
Yep. Go collect trading cards or something.
Yeah, if it is stressing you out to get these figures, then you're doing it wrong. Really, if you're putting yourself into debt to collect these figures, you're 100% doing it wrong.
Hush now. Oz,
Joe, you're not
crossing
putting
the line,
yourself
buddy.
in debt. You just work 60-hour weeks to compensate.
I literally did this week, work 60 hours.
You got to afford that all in for the Kickstarter, man. And we still got more shit to unlock. So, guys, buy what you want, buy what makes you happy. Don't yuck other people's yums, Terrence.
I hope you really enjoy your piece of crap snake lair. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh no, it's now back to the original concept, so I'm gonna fucking love it, even though it's like half the footprint that it was, with way less play features than it was, and still the same fucking price that it would have been.
That was how you really feel on it.
I mean, but again, concept art. You know, I mean, things may change, Oz. You gotta live with that. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, right. What was it you were complaining about, the glow in the dark feature, Terrence? And then you said, "Oh wait, that wasn't such a big deal on the Jacob Marley." Well, it was part of the fucking concept, Terrence.
Joe, can you remind him how we feel about complainers?
I was just gonna say, was the snake layer an exclusive? I think we got off track.
No, it wasn't an exclusive. It was a crowdfund. We've got TD3 Trooper Troy jumping in saying, "What's up, my dude?" And he is waving his fucking Ozhole. Guys, if you become a member of the channel, you can wave your Ozhole too, as we will never see those emojis when I highlight the comments, but we will see the shorthand I put in for them. And that's just as entertaining on purpose.
Good, Terrence. Where should I send your new logo to?
God Ravage, no, it was not going to be way more expensive. That was the actual price that they were charging for the original. Believe me, I know we've been in depth on this channel. It was definitely going to be the same price that it ended up being for like half the play set.
Yeah, I made Terrence the managers of the universe.
I can go back and I can actually still get clips from that stream. But
I get both of them though, because the first one was cool, but space wise, I was like, man, I was hoping for that original like concept art one. And then,
right, that slightly
I want
slimmer
that
profile.
uniformity of like my castle, I have Snake Mountain, the clamshell like version, and then I have like that Funko Pop one. I'm like,
It was going to be a trifold opener.
it's all uniform when I put them up together.
And it had a really cool concept vehicle that's no longer available.
I'm sure you can find the original Imaginext that used it and then just repaint it into the gold, the gold color that I think it was going to be, if I remember correctly. I mean, you can probably find it at Ross for like, I don't know, $11.99 or something like that, you know?
Again, God Ravage saying we were going to get an attorney a price tag with that, and we were all speculating that way before they scaled it down. Yeah, you guys were speculating, but confirmed they were charging $300 for the original playset. That was the price tag. Confirmed. That's not speculation. That was confirmed. Again, we've been on about the Snake Layer playset from the moment it dropped on this channel. Mattel's brand manager confirmed it themselves. The current, not the other guy that we don't like. And you're right, Black Phoenix. I can't wait to get my Snake Layer either because I love it. And I'm going to enjoy the fuck out of it. So it wasn't said in a public interview. Again, you can try to school me all this all day, but I 100% know. And again, so again, I'm not going to continue to engage in this because I 100% know for a fact.
So I can't see the comments. I mean, I see them on the TV now, but like, what are people saying that you're not engaging with now?
Oh, God Ravage is just going back and forth that they never announced the price for it when I actually got the numbers for the price. And it was never publicly stated, no. But that doesn't mean that I didn't get those numbers either. I mean, it's cool if you stay. I don't mind. And I'm not trying to be negative or combative, but I'm also not going to be told I'm wrong when I know.
No, backing the snake layer was totally wrong. I'm just putting that out there. I mean, but you have every right to be wrong, so that's all good, you know?
Yeah, I got you, Terrence. I got you. So, as again, I gave the information, but you continued to say that, I didn't have it. So,
But the exclusive, I wasn't able to get it at San Diego, and I was totally cool waiting for the Kickstarter. Now I ended up.
You at San Diego?
No,
Joe
I didn't
doesn't
go.
You
And
say that like you waited in line for 4 days.
no, that's what I'm saying though. Like I was cool not having the figure because
Yeah.
I didn't go,
Yeah.
And I was going to wait for the Kickstarter because they had said that it would be available at the Kickstarter. No problem. Now, Curtis got one, and he was very kind. He said, hey, if anybody should have this figure, being such a big role-playing fan, it's you. So after he did his Exploded review, he put it back together and sent it to me. Super nice. I got one. But that's where the kindness part of it comes in. He did a favor for me because I do favors for him, and I'm nice to him. But I was totally fine waiting until the Kickstarter for my opportunity to try and get one.
Right, get the regular release figure. It was going to be the same
and
thing, just a different colorway.
I didn't feel the need to throw fits or have, attack people that did have one or anything like that. Like it's just not necessary, People did go. I saw those lines. I know, in some of the videos, I know exactly what Adam is talking about. If you put that effort in there to get those figures, you deserve the figures.
Yeah, Mikey, Eternian Royalty, did me a big solid. He got in line and waited and made sure he got one. And that was huge. And without even knowing, he managed to grab that pencil, that people were talking about. And, that's why I even said, Joe, if you didn't get the pencil, I can really give you the pencil.
Dub 3, I could swear sent me one.
I got a pencil.
But I can't find it.
Because that was the other thing. I liked the character sheets they came with too. I thought that was really cool that they did the character sheets for it. And Mikey grabbed that stuff. I didn't realize all of that was there.
Right.
So when I got that package from Mikey, I was like, oh, this is cool, because this was more than I had actually asked for. That was really, really, again, making these friendships. Yeah, the dice.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to embiggen you, Adam. Hold up that one.
That's the Legion's Con.
This one is much bigger than the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right, because the one that came with the figure was smaller. The other one
this
is
is
Legion's
kind of
Con.
like a standard.
If your character,
D20.
if your character has confidence issues, you can use the larger D20. So
this was a Legion's Con 2024 dice.
Yeah, that was the one I got.
This was a San Diego Comic Con cleric paladin.
It was in
package.
the character
Now,
pack.
I think this is not included in the figure in the Kickstarter.
It may not be.
I haven't seen this sort of in writing in the Kickstarter anywhere that says that it comes with this particular D20.
I also, did they show more pictures with the lightning effect? I think they did. Yeah, because it definitely still has the lightning effect. I mean, that was packed in with the figure, so it may be in there, but it may not be one that they're going to get. Again, I feel like that number, that original number that they announced for those limited quantities, I feel like that was overstock. Those might get it, but if they run another production run to meet the demand for the newer one, then I could see maybe them not getting it. because I
Yeah.
don't know that they would run the production run on the dice again. But one of the other cool things they announced is that all of the characters for the D&D game are going to come with dice, much like the Dungeons and Dragons toys did.
Yeah.
One thing they've
which
also
is
said,
something really cool.
now this is not related to the discussion, but one thing that they've also said is that both of these dice, both of these D20s have the somewhat rounded edges.
Yes.
And they've specifically mentioned that they will have hard edges, because I guess that affects probability of certain rolls or something like that. But I don't know that. I don't know why people get so hung up on stuff like that. Joe, you do a lot more D&D than I do, but to me that's part of.
Yeah, back in the day, there was two brands, Kaplow and Chessex. Chessex had the sharp edges, and Kaplow were the rounded ones. I personally liked the way that the Kaplows roll better, but that didn't mean that I was like down with the sharp edge dice. Like, I mean, dice are dice, you know.
But they're not. Because Joe, you know this as well as anybody else that is a dungeon master. D20s can be configured in two different ways. Do you have a preference?
I don't, but I also use the original set of dice that I got when I first started playing. A friend gave me a red and white set, and see, like it's a big. I'm kind of an outlier on this. A lot of most, I want to say, role players just buy tons and tons of dice. That becomes part of the hobby, collecting dice. I have so much loyalty to that original set of dice that I got that I still use them to this day. So.
I play with the starter set dice.
Yeah. Mine are just they're nothing fancy. They're red dice with white letters. And a buddy gave them to me. The only thing is I got some skull dice that have like a skull instead of a 1 on the D6s. That I added to the set, but they're red with white letters. So, white pips. So I don't know. I still mostly use my red and white set, for when I'm playing. So I like cool dice. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I have lots of sets. I actually really like those those blind bag ones that they do. Like I like collecting them because I'm a collector. I have that. I have that addiction. But the set that I play with is the set that came with the starter set, and I DM for like kids basically,
right?
And I don't think I would ever play with a different set. Now that being said, this is my D20, so the Four Horsemen D20 is my D20 now.
But it's a really rad die.
But if I'm rolling if I have to roll 2 die at the same time, I don't roll that one and another one. I roll 2 from the set. So anyway,
right. If you have to roll advantage or disadvantage,
it's not that one. Yeah.
Right.
So JMac mentions, I think Jeremy said it is included, but I could be wrong.
It could be. I don't know.
It doesn't. Adam is right. I'm looking at it on the Kickstarter right now, and it says the figure comes with all items shown, and it doesn't show the die. But it does seem weird that because they had, I think Jeremy said they had like 1,700 figures, left over for the Kickstarter.
Yeah, I wonder if
that are going to have the die.
So later on,
yeah, so I don't know.
Well, I mean that way at least it sets a precedent that it's not guaranteed with all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
oh my goodness, that'll be a whole. We could do a whole clubhouse on that when those come.
If some people get a yellow die and some people don't, it will be the end of the world.
As we know it.
It's over.
And
forget the nuclear apocalypse. It's going to end by D20, little yellow D20.
Yep. And Brad Johnson, again, first time I'm seeing them in the chat. Thank you for being here tonight, Brad. Says all of my chess weren't evenly distributed.
Yeah, I think the rounded sides, they say they don't roll
as well.
Statistically, they don't roll as evenly. I don't know how
Anybody-
that works or why that.
Anybody who says that hasn't seen how often my characters fail at everything. So,
But that's the other thing. It's like, the whole idea. I mean, and Joe, I think you and I kind of agree on this, and I like, because you and I have talked. You've been a dungeon master far longer than I have, and I do it with kids who don't know what's happening anyway, so I can make the rules up as I go. But what I love about Dungeons and Dragons, and I think what I'm gonna love about this game, when it comes out and I get to play it, is that really at its core, role-playing game, this style of storytelling, a community-based storytelling role-playing game, and people will get upset about this, I think, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't actually have any rules. You're making it up as you go, and the goal is to have fun, and the goal is for everybody to like leave wanting to come back. And if you get too sticky about like, well, your dice rolled unevenly, to me that's one of those things. It's like that's fine if that's how you want to play it, but like it's just a weird way to look at it, because the goal should be for everybody to have fun. And I guess if you don't have fun because you think that dice have wronged you in some way, please don't ever approach a game that I'm involved in. But beyond that,
Gil. For those who know, fuck you,
it's
Gil.
sort of like it's just a different approach, right? Like you should want the rules to be able to be bent so that the person next to you enjoys the experience. At least that's my kind of take on it. You should look for the loopholes if it makes people have more fun.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because I started with second edition myself and my friends in the early 90s, and we took it very seriously. It wasn't a board game, but we were very competitive with it. The fights were hard. We enjoyed challenges, things like that. I noticed that as my kids got older and started playing with us, that they were getting upset, at that over serious play style that we always did, as old men, and they're like, yeah, Dad, but I don't want you to kick my ass in fights all the time. Like, winning feels good. And it took some of the edge off of my style. If you watch Legion's Quest, some of the shenanigans that those guys get into 20 years ago, I would have just wiped the party. And it's like, all right, roll up new characters. We're going to
He would have flipped the whole table, which would have been really funny, because the only person's experience that would have ruined is his, because they all play online.
Yeah. But it's just, but Adam's absolutely right. It's how you have fun. Some people do have more fun figuring out challenges and things like that. But you find your group, you get a feel for personalities and what people like, and the goal is to have a good time. I know for me personally, like being an old school D&D nerd, I like rules. So like when people nowadays talk about the rule of cool, in my personal group, we call that cheating. The rule of cool doesn't override your inability to perform an action, no matter how cool it is. This isn't a freaking movie. But for people that enjoy that style, please do it. You know what I mean? Like, everybody just likes different stuff, and that's okay.
Yeah, we had a session where, and again, these are kids, right? So the experience is different. If I was DMing, a group of adults, I would probably be like so cutthroat and merciless, and
you would probably be more frustrated. That's for sure.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But we had a session where one of the players, in the party, who we kept telling him, you rush in, you keep getting smacked around by the monsters. you keep losing, you keep losing hit points. Like you're basically stumbling around so close to death, and he got killed. And I had to like fudge the rules in a way that everybody agreed with. Their kids, but I had to fudge them in a way that everybody agreed with them making logical sense to effectively bring him back to life, because he was very emotional about the fact that he had died, in combat. And he definitely approached combat very differently after the fact. But anyway, that's
right, because there are consequences. So
there can be. I know before we started Legion's Quest, and it's something I've been saying for a while. It's not my quote. I took it from a video game, but I like to tell players, fight together or die alone.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a good
hands
rule
down.
of thumb. Fight together or die alone. And
you can't have a whole party full of DPS and expect them to get really far in a campaign.
Actually, 5th edition is kind of set up that way.
Is it?
You totally can do that.
I'm totally
if you take enough damage, if you have like a rogue and a barbarian and a wizard,
you're kind of layering that DPS
because
ways.
the way it's designed, doing damage is fun. So the designers for the game kind of realized. You'll notice in 5th edition, nothing has a very high armor class. Right, generally, if the enemies are tougher, they just have more hit points. So if your party can do a lot of damage really fast, you're going to beat most monsters or groups of monsters. And but it was designed that way for the players to have more fun.
Right.
And I totally get that. It took me some time to adjust because that was not my play style. My play style from back in the day was everybody has a job and shut up and do your freaking job.
Right.
That's
not always fun for RPGs get. Everybody's got a job and you all need to do it. Yeah, I'm not grinding the fuck out of this dungeon.
If like I watch the dungeon dudes play and they don't have a healer in their party, and that hurts my soul.
Oh god,
as an old school gamer. Yeah, I'm just like, how
support class?
Ooh. Yep, but the game is set up where you can do that if that's what you
3 stars do. Like this shit got too nerdy for me.
Sorry, man. We ventured into my territory, so but,
I haven't even weighed in on exclusives yet.
Well, okay. Let's talk.
No, bring up Alberto's comment again though, because because that's a legit thing. Like this is where I'm at, as a dad with kids who, and this will relate to the exclusive stuff too. But like,
well, I can answer Alberto's question.
We'll put it here. We'll put it up.
If he says that he's new to it, so Alberto, you're new to it. They actually have a beginner box. Which the beginner box is great because it's the basic rules. It's an adventure already written out, so you don't have to plan an adventure. All the monsters are there, the story, the plot is there. You just read through it and then run the game. It has maps. That is a very easy way. The standees. Yep.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about all the miniatures.
Everything you need
to get started. So I think that's a great place to start if you're new with the game. But I would also recommend picking up the core rule book, because once you're done with the beginner box, if you want to expand, the core rule book has all the character classes in it. It has all the spells in it. It has everything that you need to run a fully fleshed out game. So the beginner box is a great place to get started, but you kind of want to have that core rules book in your pocket. So that way, when you're more comfortable with it and you want to try different classes or run different types of adventures, everything that you need to do that is going to be in that core rule book.
Right.
So, and I'll go a little bit further than that. I will agree with everything that Joe said, but I will say this to you, Alberto, because you are probably going to have to be the game master, the dungeon master, if your 10-year-old son is involved. The other way around, you probably won't enjoy. because there is work that has to be done by the game master or the dungeon master ahead of time. You got to be sort of prepped and ready to go. Joe's done this for so long that he doesn't even think about his prep. It's just already in his head.
Joe's just a mess. But yeah, go ahead.
But if you get genuinely, like, if you get that starter box and run that adventure, you'll have the framework, you'll have the knowledge of how to run another adventure. You basically take that framework, take the core rule book, substitute the monsters, substitute, the scenario, substitute things. You don't have to like imagine a new scenario. You can literally just substitute things in. And especially, for a 10-year-old kid, he's not going to remember, he's not going to recognize that you're literally you're doing 1-for-1 substitutions. And if he's 10, he's probably got a couple buddies, and those couple buddies can tag along, and you make a Sunday morning out of it. And for 2 hours every Sunday, him and 3 of his buddies can come and hang out and talk about monsters and talk about, and it's that part of it that is the important part. And I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody that has a 10-year-old daughter who I'm, the dungeon master for her group, and she loves it. And, we got into D&D, not the 4 Horsemen stuff, but I'm very excited for the 4 Horsemen stuff because she loves my Mythic Legions. And we even sort of were looking at like creating characters in Mythic Legions that we were going to kind of miniaturize into the game. And it all translates, it all works, right? And it's just sort of sharing the fandom, sharing the nerddom with your offspring, so that we can push back against the people that say that kids don't collect toys and collecting will die with our generation or whatever. It won't if we don't allow it to. If we work at it, it shouldn't. It's just when people kind of go, yeah, my kids aren't into this, and they just sort of dismiss it, that it doesn't happen and it won't happen. So
I've said it so many times. Like, again, a lot of us may have been raised where we were sat down in front of TVs or, like, certain ways. And then let's not try to act like that didn't translate in the way that, a lot of people of our age, it's like, okay, well, screen time is a great way to occupy your kids while you do stuff for a couple hours. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad parenting. I'm saying it became that default that we all did. Here, watch this movie or play this game, and we sit them down in front of it. Yeah. And then we say, like, well, kids don't want to play with toys. And it's like, oh, yeah? When's the last time you sat down to play with toys with your kids? Because even from a young age, I would sit down and play with Connor on our Imaginext play sets, Terrence, and we would play with action figures and, have fun with those toys. And Connor has kept that love of toys, even though he definitely enjoys playing video games with his friends. A lot of kids don't always like playing alone. And if their friends are all playing video games and all their friends aren't playing with toys, they're not really going to take to toys. That's why I've always argued it's not that kids don't like toys anymore. It's what have you done to encourage them, in a lot of ways. And encouraging different things with kids is a big part of it. Yes, video games are way more popular. And again, like, you can only control what you do with your kid. Like, if all their friends are playing video games because their friends, kids, parents just put them in front of a game because it gets them out of their hair, that is what it is. You can't control that. But, it's just one of those things that we, there's a certain level of responsibility that falls on us as parents too, and like, it's one of those things. Connor has now gotten to the point where he's not even so much playing with his toys as he started to collect toys because that's what his dad does. And I think that's really cool, but that definitely doesn't not stop us from getting down and playing with He-Man toys when he comes over or playing with Marvel Legends. And sometimes we play with Daddy's Mythic Legions figures because I know that he's responsible enough now that he's not just going to go banging them around and, losing accessories all over the place because Daddy doesn't like spending $60, $50 on a toy and losing stuff. But that's Daddy.
I was pleasantly surprised how imaginative, like, kids I think as we get older, we lose a little bit of that edge to our imagination. I had a lot of fun role playing with my kids, and their imaginations were just so far. They would come up with ideas that I would never think of as an adult.
Yeah.
And it added so much cool stuff to the game. You know, just the way they utilize their characters or their spells and abilities, and the way they interact, the way they would interact with NPCs in a tavern, because they haven't been to a bar in real life and been ruined, by those experiences and things like that. So
well, it's like, one of the things that I come across when doom scrolling every once in a while is like, what if adults made friends like kids do, right? And it's like an adult skipping down the street and like seeing another adult and saying, "Hey, do you want to see how high I can jump? Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, can you?"
Nobody's going to say it's cool how high I can jump. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, yeah, definitely, right? Like, I definitely wouldn't say that. I also wouldn't say the next part where it's like, "Hey, do you want to see how fast I can run?" Because that would also not be.
That would also lead to disappointment. Yes,
agreed. I mean, people disappointment for some people, but a lot of laughter. I guarantee you, watching my fat ass try to run with a cigarette in my mouth. But, I mean, that's the reality of it, is kids have this amazing way of being able to think outside the box. They haven't been beaten up by the world yet, so their minds are still so open to so much. And we definitely lose that as we get older. Our brains get set into certain kinds of framework, and that's just how it is. So like finding ways to break through that. I mean, I would love to be able to DM my own game, but at the same point in time, like, I've lost a lot of creative juices over the years that I don't know that I could necessarily. But
I think if I can, anybody can. It's really, once you get a grasp of the rules, it's not difficult. You can pull ideas from books and movies and TV shows, and
right.
You're just running your own personal game. You don't have to be Tolkien or J.R.R. Martin to be able to craft a story for D&D. I've run games before where it starts off, the first level characters like sheep are disappearing from the small town that they live in, and it turns out that there's a goblin cave nearby, and the goblins have been stealing sheep. It doesn't have to be Lord of the Rings to be fun. The fun part is getting together with your friends and your children and spending time together. So
I just don't like that those goblins are getting frayed by the chupacabra.
The fun part is dropping giant monsters on people when they expect a goblin and they get a dragon.
Right.
Now,
that's the fun part.
How do you guys like the idea? And again, Joe, this might peak towards you. Every boss, well, technically, like almost every boss or every enemy only has 1 HP.
What?
But every boss or every enemy only has 1 HP. So what is it that triggers that 1 HP to go down? Impervious to everything but one specific way of attack that will take that HP out. Whether are they just heavily armored, so you definitely have to hit over the armor class, or is it impervious to like these types of spells, but if you use this spell, that kills it, kind of thing. Where the boss then becomes more of a puzzle.
Right, it's a problem-solving task rather than a combat.
I mean, you can kind of do that stuff. I mean, like
beating the hell out of the
flesh
boss.
golems are immune to a lot of different spells, to most spells, and have a lot of hit points. So,
right.
If you learn the creatures, and that's another thing too. We call it metagaming.
Metagaming.
There's always going to be those people that take the monster manual and just read it and memorize every monster and know every week. Oh, it's a troll. I better grab some fire. I mean,
That's
Again-
basically like what Final Fantasy X became for me. It was like once you came into this area, there was like, okay, I'm fighting this lineup of monsters. So let me swap out my party to these members. Okay, now I've one hit all these guys. Oh, now it's this lineup of monsters. Let me swap out these party members and bam.
I
Like,
think that depends on your party. You know,
well,
Yeah.
that,
if you
again,
have a
that
group
was
of people
specific
who
experience.
enjoy puzzles, I mean, myself as a player, I'm more of a smash my face into the monster until it dies kind of player. I'm probably not going to enjoy puzzles as much.
Hey man, I'm telling you, like, you know, killing somebody with a toothpick isn't a matter of skill. It's straight up just a matter of persistence.
Right. So, you know, but there are groups of players that I'm sure do really enjoy puzzles and, you know, brain teasers and being challenged in that way.
It's
so,
just an
you know,
interesting thought to do instead of
I like
average.
both. I like both. I like because in any given party you're going to have people that are sort of both inclinations, right? So I like to have breadcrumbs that, you know, lead people to sort of collect things that they in theory could use to take down a monster in like one roll of the dice. But I also like to have, you know, stuff where it's just a punch up. It's just who's going to last longer, because both of them are fun. They just have a very different.
The breadcrumbs.
And
the breadcrumbs are probably better for the younger kids. I
Yeah.
noticed that with adults, they've got so much other things going on that you better be throwing loaves of bread at them, because they're just going to totally miss the breadcrumbs, because they're thinking about taking their kids to events or, you know, going somewhere with their wife or paying their taxes. It's harder to get
Not
them
even just that, Joe. You got the overcomplication of things. Like they come up to a door and they try to unlock the door in all these different ways just to find out that if they had just tried the handle, the door wasn't locked at all.
That is an old person thing for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely but that's I'll be honest, that happens with children too. It happens where you're like the answer is so on the nose that it's
They
like too
overthink
on
it.
the nose.
Yeah,
And it's like, and they're like, well, what if we do this? And I'm like, well, do you need to do that? And they're like, good point. What if we do this? And you're like, well, do you need to do that?
Like you guys have been pushing this pull door for an hour.
Yeah.
Did you try pulling it? Oh.
I'll tell you though, the best advice I think that I ever got about running games is, as a game master, you're not against your players.
No.
Yeah.
No, that is not the like there's there are some bad game masters that that's how they play, but you realize they
just don't understand what they're supposed to be doing
very quick.
you're taking them on a journey, you're telling a story.
Yes.
If you plan out a battle that's supposed to be difficult and they kill your monsters, you always have more monsters.
That's right. You're the game master. You can do that.
You know, that's
you don't have to take it out on them.
Active narrator, not antagonist.
Yeah, yes. I'm always happy when my players win a fight, because if they lose, it's usually game over, and I don't want that either. I'm telling a story, so
you didn't finish the campaign. You don't want everybody to die. You know,
you can always. I mean, but the other thing too is, as a dungeon master, you can always keep a monster in your pocket.
Oh yeah.
You know,
if they kind of, you know, if they rush through something and they're just absolutely destroying everything because they're rolling, you know, critical hits.
The dice was with them that
all
night.
the time. Yeah. And you're like, oh, well, this session is, we're 30 minutes into a session that I thought would take 2 hours.
Right.
You're like,
how did you all consistently roll 19s and 20s through this entire battle? Fuck you. And I couldn't roll above a 5.
Yeah.
I've
It
had
happens. I mean, it's the
had a
dice. Like
session or
it's
two.
that's there's an element that's the beauty of the dice being part of the game, is that like it's not as easy some days as people would like it to be, and some days it's way easier than it should be.
Yep.
So
And if guys, you want good examples of these, again, I recommend going over to Let's Go Off World and watching Allegiance Quest, because Joe has definitely had both. Or
Oh yeah. No,
if you want to take it
the
a step
dice
further,
definitely have their way. That's for sure.
go back and watch some older campaigns on Critical Role where Matt's like, well, that battle really fucking sucked.
But
'cause-
watch Allegiance Quest first, because if you do it in the other order, you might be a little disappointed.
Well, if you do it in the other order,
You'll be
it'll
a
also
lot
be a long
disappointed.
time before you
Right.
get to Allegiance Quest. As a matter of fact, I managed to cram most of Campaign 1 and Campaign 2 in prior to their first episode of Legion's Quest back after Legion's Con. Everybody was busy, though. It made sense that there was
We
such
have
a long
lot
time.
of fun doing it, but we are not professional actors. We're not professional voice actors. We're barely even people, if I'm honest. So, but we do have a lot of fun. we have a lot of fun doing what we do, though.
You guys are great. I love the hell out of watching you guys play, and it's been a great journey to watch you guys from the beginning and watch everybody but you and Jesse go through with zero experience to now the experienced players that they've become, and watching them kind of like figure out some things for themselves without having to have too many clues or hints thrown in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a lot of fun watching you guys play.
There's definitely a growth arc there with the players learning the rules and what their characters can do and things like that. You know, that's fun, I think, too.
And Grievance mentioned he's getting the itch to play D&D again from all this talk tonight, and I've had this itch since Dom invited me on to play his adaptation on his channel. I actually got to play with Bud's sister, Jesse, and Robert Post. We all played Dom's game with him one night on his channel. We played on an episode that back when I was doing Legion's class. Dom came over and we played his game here one night, and then he invited a couple of us over to his channel to go play. And we had a great time, and I was feeling that itch ever since. I wanted to start getting a game together myself. And, you know, like we were working towards that for a while, but then this announcement got dropped. And it was like, well, now I got to wait until the Mythic Legions one come out, because I think that's why it was so hard for me to get the game going, because I kind of like something, I was just like, man, I want to play this kind of like this way. And then when they made their announcement, I was like, all right, I kind of really want to do this the Mythic Legions way. And now that's going to be a reality, hopefully before the end of the year. And yeah, Legend Series is awesome too, with this whole wrestling league and everything like that. It's friggin' awesome. But yeah, the idea of just being able to play this game, it'll change it up from the typical format of the show, which is really just hanging out and opening up toys. Now, mind you, when these games start, I always wanted it to be a live thing so that it could be interactive with the chat. But at the same time, I don't want the players to be distracted by the chat.
That's always a problem with me, too.
Yeah. But
it's
the idea of the chat having an influence in the story in some ways, like having those elements, you know, where the chat influences the way things can go a little bit. Now, mind you, again, not out of the outside framework of the DM and the story that they want to tell, but having the chat be able to have some sort of role within the actual game in a way. Was always the idea, but that was also always the problem with trying to figure out how to get this to work.
I think that depends on your GM. I think there's
Right.
some GMs that wouldn't have a problem with that at all. It depends
Right.
on your style of play. Like the Legions ladies are going to be starting a game, and I'm really impressed that the lady that is going to be running the game for them, she's going to start every game in a tavern and end it in a tavern, so that way they can have different players every session. As
Yep.
people can and can't play.
Well,
I
the
think that's
DM
awesome. I couldn't do it because my style of running games is very story driven. So
Right.
I personally mentally need some consistency.
Sure,
But that
sure.
doesn't mean that my way is right. It's just that each game master has their own style and way to do things,
Grievance brings up
I
West
would
March style.
struggle to do that too.
Yeah, it's hard not to. It's like I equate it to like
I would
old-
feel like I was rushing them back to the tavern all the time.
Yeah, I've tried to think of it in a way like television in the 80s. Each episode could have a story arc, but it had to finish where it began because they were serialized.
Right.
Mhm.
It's got to be something like that. But I would struggle like that because I like overarching storylines and
Yeah.
character development and things like that. But that's me. That doesn't mean, like I said, it doesn't mean that I'm right and it's wrong. Like everybody.
No,
has
no,
their own
it's just
styles.
somebody else's style. Again, it's a difference of styles. I know the DM that we were originally talking to about doing this with, and I mentioned the fact that the idea is that with Clubhouse, because the format of the show is very casual, drop in, drop out, a way of being able to have a very drop in, drop out kind of game, like where we might not even have the same people every week, but a way of being able to get people to drop in. And he had mentioned a way of doing it with like monsters instead of like your typical heroes. And I was like, that's very interesting. That is different from what I am used to.
Right.
But that was a way he was like working it out to make sense for the drop in, drop out, kind of thing. So again, there are different ways to play. It's just really a matter of knowing the game enough and how to adapt it to your style. Wow, I like how we
Absolutely.
really got on this exclusives thing and then jumped right into us talking about RPGs for
Hey,
most
look,
of the
if
night.
you bring up role playing around me, it's your own fault.
Hey, you know what though? I'm glad we're having this talk, and I'm glad I'm seeing some of the reaction from the audience and their interest in this, especially now with this particular Kickstarter. Cobb, did you ever go on and pre-order the wave of figures?
Oh, for these new ones? No. You can't pick and choose, can you?
Yeah, you can totally pick it. Like, you can back it for figures, and you can back it for like individuals. You don't have to get like the whole core set, but if like you just want specific characters and character packs, you can. You can totally do that. So like definitely.
I care all about it. I might check out. I know that one skeleton I was looking at, kind of like that skeleton. But
Oh yeah, the one evil skeleton that they have. Plus now the one stretch goal unlocked with a Warrior again. I know Adam and I had talked about Warrior back when they were doing the vote for All Star 6.
Oh, I love that figure.
yeah,
We didn't get
I've
it.
been
We didn't get
real
it.
cautious this month with my move coming up. But
Yeah, I had a bunch of the original Warrior, but I've actually given some away.
I love it. Brick
But
jumping.
I still have a few. Terrence.
I got a Warrior from Joe, so I mean, like, I definitely got.
Hell
Warrior.
yeah.
I don't even have a Warrior, so this is actually fantastic news for me because
Right.
This is a different build too. Like
Yeah,
used,
it's not the same as the original.
different
anymore
lower
now.
legs, with the hooves and stuff. So I like that
Well,
too.
especially with the fact that they got that kind of. It looked like that set of legs even had that digitigrade kind of look too, where it like bends back and then down into the hooves. So it's like that's really cool to see because again, that's not even an element that was around all those years ago. That is now. So again, those early days of me getting into Mythics and that first and probably last voting style for All Star 6, I was a little bummed when Warrior did not make it to the end because I was really interested in trying to be able to get one. But as with all things with Mythic Legions, one of the best parts is they normally do a version 2, and the version 2 is normally way better than that original figure was because so many new parts. And this just seems to be one of those times where that happened. Like, not just a reissue. We're getting like a new parts, not necessarily all new sculpts, but new parts to make this character more like that original vision because the parts library has grown.
Yeah, I just hope. Well, we already know the figures are awesome. I'm hoping that the game catches on. I'd like to see more books and supplements down the line to continue that.
Yeah.
You're in a unique position though, Joe, because you've played it, correct?
We got to do some play testing. It wasn't the final version, so I don't 100% know if everything is the same or not. I suspect that there were some things that were changed.
So
I did enjoy the play test. I thought that it was pretty spiffy.
I never got to sit in on a session. I wanted to, but
I kept saying to Jason at Legion's Con, Legion's Con, we were a little bit lean. It was just Jason and I at the table, and I felt bad kind of leaving him for an extended period of time. So I kept saying, I'm going to go up and play the game. He's like, that's fine. And I was like, I'm going to go up. I'm going to do it. And he was like, that's fine. And I just never went up. I went up for like 5 minutes and kind of like, peeked over a couple of people's shoulders. And I was like, okay, this looks fun. But you can't get a good experience of a game like that in 5 minutes. So
no. And even us, when we played at the last Legion's Con, it was only an hour and a half, that we were able to squeeze in because, my group needed to get back to their tables. They were vendors. So,
but the other problem with having so many friends that work the shows versus being able to,
but you know what? It was fun, and there's interesting things that you wouldn't expect. One of the things they added that wasn't a part of the playtest that I played, but they added the mythic encounters. Yep. So you go from your regular map with miniatures with 1-inch grids to the 4-inch grids, and use actual Mythic Legions figures.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody had brought customs of their characters that they had made that represented their characters. And, like my experience, when it's not a player's turn, they're waiting, they'll doodle, they'll stack their dice, things like that. Well, they're just something to keep their hands busy while they're waiting for their turn. With the Mythic Encounters, they couldn't leave their figures alone. They were posing them in fighting poses and moving things around.
More engagement.
Yeah, there was way more engagement in the fight because they were messing with their action figures and my monsters, as a matter of fact, too, the whole time. So I thought that was a really interesting thing that I hadn't expected, that I thought was really cool about that game.
Again.
So.
Now you've been privy to like have you seen the core rule book, or have you just been given like bits and pieces here and there?
Bits and pieces. Yeah. I never got the whole thing. Yeah.
My big question, all I want to know is, are druids as awesome in Mythic as they are in Dungeons and Dragons? They don't get enough
Druids
respect.
are one of the neatest classes for, and again, I feel like I understand where you're coming from with that.
If you're not a Circle of the Moon druid, you're missing out. I'll just say that with regular D&D. I unfortunately, I signed an NDA, so I can't talk about specifics of the RPG, and I also don't know I legitimately don't know if the materials that I had for the playtest are what the final versions are going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tweaking, of
But-
course.
Yeah. But even if you're playing just regular D&D, Circle of the Druid is, or Circle of the Moon
Circle of the
Druid
Moon, yeah.
are so good. So good.
I mean, druids in general are such a, like, it's such a hard class to get into because there's so many more mechanics that you have to understand and get good at for it to be fun. But once you crack the code, there's nothing cooler. Anyway.
Yeah, I do like druids a lot.
So I did want to get back to Brick's question here real quick. So he's asking about exclusives.
Yeah, Terrence totally got it all, Brick. You should know that.
Terrence flexed hard. So Brick, as far as my personal strikeouts of the day, I did not get a legendary warrior at all. Not one for myself, not one for Cobb, not one for Carol, not one to give away like I planned. They sold out long before I even got to the show. I did get Grim the Executioner, and I got an extra one, which we gave away earlier tonight, and Nolan won. He is the recipient. And the new Savage Crucible character was also sold out before I got to the show today. And apparently they're only going to have 10 available for tomorrow. They already posted the number online. So these guys, Grim really was the main one that you kind of had to worry about as far as just being a Zolo Con exclusive, because it was offered by the convention only. There's Terrence with the hard flex. Hard flex. Thank you. Come. I was trying to embiggen him earlier, but I couldn't because every time I did, it popped the window up over the enlargement button that you need to press. Because phones are stupid. But yeah, there he is. Dude, that is a sweet looking figure. I really wanted him, and I'm sad I could not get him. But he will be available at other conventions, just like the Legendary Warrior will be available at other conventions. So I will be able... Oh, and Terrence did dress like a pirate. I did not.
These are pirated figures then? Yeah.
So. Oh, Cobb, can you embiggen Terrence again with his next flex? Yeah, we opened up the Grim earlier tonight. I was showing him off as I opened him. And then we did the giveaway tonight for him. And Nolan, again, congratulations.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
It's a freaking awesome figure. Really awesome figure.
I think that female barbarian looks good regardless of what her hair color is.
Right? Yeah. I was definitely pumped to get her, and unfortunately was not able to do it this time. But, I mean, honestly, it's the first time in a long time I've gone to a convention and not gotten, like, the exclusives that I wanted. I'm not disappointed by that.
The excitement is new, but like if you think back to last year, the Legendary Barbarian kind of started the same way. And by the time Legions Con came around, it was just hanging out on the table in the store.
Yeah, because so many people had gotten it already.
Yeah. So
I mean,
definitely don't feel like it'll be your only opportunity. There will be plenty of opportunities.
Right. It's a touring figure that's going to be available at every show moving forward. And chances are they will have a lot more available that they can sell the longer they have the product around, because they're not going to have such short notice to remove heads for... They had like 2 weeks to like repack however many characters, and I can't imagine they were able to do too many. It's a lot of man hours. They're all busy. We know the Mythic Legions team it's a bigger team than a lot of these companies, but it's not huge by any standards. And they're all busy doing other work that they were supposed to be doing before they were like, oh, yeah, by the way, we got to repack all this shit. Because Red Sonja official is a fucking jackass. I mean, again, it's their IP. Well, I get it. But
the thing that I found interesting is that Red Sonja official is owned by a copyright lawyer. A copyright lawyer should know that that figure has enough differences from Red Sonja to not be a copyright infringement.
I mean, that's why they didn't send an official C&D. I mean, that in time. But spamming the comments with, hey, go check out this official figure. Well, I mean, maybe if that official figure weren't a piece of shit, more people would have bought it when it came out. I'm just saying.
I don't know if this is true, but I heard from someone that hundreds of people have blocked Red Sonja official after that happened. So that they can't.
Anytime I get spammed, I tend to block that account.
Right. So now, you know, they can't
definitely
even see.
Was not great for them.
Those posts. So I don't know.
Again, it was more so that the way that whole thing may have been handled versus how it could have been. I mean, if it was truly a thing like, hey guys, I really feel like you're stepping on our toes in a DM, you know, not done in such a public forum, but it definitely for a lot of people did not give any new love to Red Sonja, which is not something that a character who, although known among the fantasy sword and sorcery crowd, may not be known to a larger audience at Wild. It's not a great way to really get your name out there for people to buy your officially licensed product. You know, just saying. Some of us may have went and canceled pre-orders because of the way that was handled, which not only hurts their official brand, but also now kind of hurts Boss Fight Studios in a way. But I have feelings about those guys too. So
agreed.
Guys, I don't
Terrence wants to speak about the Motu thing again.
No, I was just gonna say I'm realizing how late it is, and I've been packing up here because we're out tomorrow. So I apologize. I'm gonna cut it short just because of the fact that I have to be up at like 6 a.m. to try getting a chance at some figures. But
of course,
you know, and then we're heading out tomorrow afternoon. So I just wanted to thank you guys for having me on and hanging out. And but I'm gonna take off if that's cool with you guys.
Hey, you and Gina have a great night.
Yep.
Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for the shirt, Terrence.
See you guys soon.
Have a good night.
All right. So I want to get the word spread out here now because we got West Coast fans. He's trying to get at the West Coast Mythic Meetup May 2nd and the Pacific Northwest Legions Meetup June 13th. So for all, you know, as Jeremy calls all of the fans Legionnaires, definitely remember these dates. Look for posts. Guys, I know the Four Horsemen can't always get out to the West Coast, but Blake does an amazing job at Recon Rage of trying to organize these events for our West Coast friends. I know you guys get jealous.
Well, he's doing the Pacific Northwest. Israel Ramirez, I think, is the main driving force for the West Coast one that's in Sacramento. Yeah. Hey, I've gone to that Sacramento meetup twice now, and it's always been a kick in the pants. And I know Blake's going to put on a great show. So, yeah, if you can get into those shows, definitely do.
I love when,
you know, I saw those Edge Hounders, the head pack, you know, and I was like, oh, those are really awesome. Cyberpunk doesn't send them a cease and desist.
Or Horizon Zero Dawn.
Right?
Rick mentioning.
Yeah, but they won't because they know that that's not the way you go about that. Like it's like
they'll send a private notification.
No, they won't even because they know that like that kind of homage level of stuff is the way that fandom exists.
Generic human body. You can't.
Somebody was asking me. Somebody that doesn't know Dungeons and Dragons was asking me about something that the Four Horsemen were doing, like a specific detail or something like that, and I basically said what whoever owns Dungeons and Dragons figured out a long time ago was that at the end of the day, because there's effectively no rules, trying to limit people in terms of how creative they are and how close they get to your mechanics is a fool's errand, because what they're all doing is trying to play Dungeons and Dragons through a different lens or through a different, with an adjustment to the rules. So they're still going to buy the rule book, they're still going to buy the dice, they're still going to buy the miniatures, they're still going to buy whatever, the monster manual, whatever it is. Like,
they're still going to buy the product and adapt it.
You're better off getting people into the ecosystem than completely turning them off of the idea of what you do. And that's what would happen with something like that. It doesn't have hard and fast. And that's where I'm kind of like, Red Sonja
did this the wrong way.
It just doesn't make sense. It's like,
I
don't know. I don't know anything about Red Sonja. I know that Red Sonja is sort of like tangentially connected to like Conan, but I don't know anything about Conan either. I just know that Conan exists, and I know that there's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and that there's Super 7 figures and other figures, And I know that Red Sonja probably has figures and movies and stuff like that, but I'm not connected to them. I have no nostalgia for that character or that name. I know that name is out there.
Right.
So when you try to like protect it, it's sort of like, what are you protecting from the general population? Like that's where I think they're overstepping a boundary. I feel like when they're trying to, like, you're not allowed to say the name. Like, other fans aren't allowed to say the name in relation to a product that was not named Red Sonja.
Right.
Yeah. Like
it looks like Red Sonja. Copyright. You can't say that. Well, yes, you can. That's not.
But you totally say
anybody can say whatever they want.
She also has a very distinctive look that the Horsemen didn't copy.
With
the chainmail bikini,
the chainmail and
that
it's a very distinctive
kind of
look.
Bikini.
Yeah,
right. And the Horsemen definitely. Again, like, arguments could be made. Is it similar? Sure. But look at every sexualized female heroine in a fantasy story.
Yeah.
Like, they pretty much have little to no armor. And
but that's like saying Deadpool is a copyright infringement on Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Because they're similar. I know they're owned by the same company. It's just an example, but you know what I mean?
Well,
similarities doesn't mean copyright infringement.
Go ahead and throw it out like it is, Joe. Deadpool and what's his face?
Deathstroke.
Slade Wilson, Wade Wilson.
It's not similar.
I mean, arguments could be made, but nobody went stomping over into the other person's toy box and said,
because those big companies know it's not worth their time.
It's really not. And honestly, that's one of these things that it happened. We can't change that it happened. But at the end of the day, Four Horsemen handled it the best that they could. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll remove these heads because we don't want to be labeled for copyright. And then we'll sell them later in a character pack that people can buy. And we'll still make our money. And people will still be able to put this head sculpt on that figure. So you haven't stopped anything, but you did manage to piss off a whole lot of people that may now not want your product at all.
It's none of my business, and I don't run a company in any way, form, or fashion. But I also feel like they caved too fast in that situation too.
Right, where, hey, you guys could have just said, yeah,
it's the same thing. Like, I hate jerks, like, just
sure. It
free
looks
pass.
like her.
That's
Let me
called a
introduce
callback.
you
We're
to
right back to the
XX
exclusive.
female
Yeah, I agree.
character. Fucking complainers. Snake layers. Real Grievance, thank you for becoming a channel member, buddy. Do appreciate that. Cobb, can you hit a certain media sound?
Oh, I don't know where you got him. I don't know where you got him.
It'll be under whatever media blah 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 it says. I can't remember what it's
I
called.
was gonna say you guys said Deadpool and Spider-Man, but it's like Deadpool, Deathstroke, Deadshot. Like there's way closer proximities, some of them within the same printing company. Like DC has multiple characters that sort of like are so close together that I literally don't know the difference, and I have to like Google search anytime like one of those characters comes up. I'm like, which one is that? That's the red one or the orange one or the like what the
You're right.
has that been in a movie? Has it not been in a movie? I don't know. I don't care.
Right.
It should be Here Comes the Money.
Okay, that's what I'm on, but
Make
There
sure
you go.
you turn off the loop. Or not. There you go. Just cut it. Just cut it. We're done. There we go. We got it. I've really got to
I
come
knew
up
you
with
use that for
different.
like super chats, but I was trying to remember if it was
Only because I don't have another sound. But
for members or not.
in any case, yeah. Brick did also ask if anyone here got the Skeletron tattoos. When you asked this, Terrence was still here, as he and I were the only ones that went to the con today. Terrence did not get a tattoo. I did not get a tattoo. However, Dub did get a Skeletron tattoo right on the side of his head.
I asked Jason. He said he didn't get a tattoo.
George Gaspar was getting one on his leg towards the end of the day of the show. Who else was it? Again, a lot of people did get the tattoo. Quite a
I
few
saw
got
Billy
the
Dage, Will White got
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
on
as
his
a matter of
social
fact,
media.
Stephanie was joking about how he had to go get another free tattoo, so they had to shave his other arm. They were making jokes.
There was quite a few people. Skeletron was posting in their Instagram story. They were posting all the people getting tattooed. And Terrence says Amber and Ryan Gonzalez got tattoos.
I didn't
Billy
even see
Beige.
Amber and Ryan today. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Both of
Terrence's next toy. Not sure who that is. He says Snake Layer is garbage. No.
That son of a bitch. Ban
Who
him
else-
from the
who
chat,
else did I
Cobb.
see?
Don't. We're not banning anybody. We don't.
Van Johnson got tattooed.
Yeah. Van got tattooed. I don't think Jordan did the tattoo, but Van.
I said to Jason, if I had been there, there is a 50-50 chance that I would have gotten tattooed.
You know, I've never actually got a tattoo. I had plans when I was younger about getting a tattoo, but I never ended up getting inked. And one of the main reasons is because after a while I realized like there really is like nothing that I've seen that I want permanently on my body for the rest of my life. Like even when I've got pierced, I took my piercings out years ago. I had them.
I have
in
enough
a long time,
that the threshold for what is acceptable has been significantly lowered.
Right. So I'm just like, I'm at a point where, and now I've realized too, because my body has changed so much in mass that any tattoo that I would have gotten when I was younger would look like absolute ass now because of my skin stretching out and everything else. So I'm really doubled down on that whole, I'm glad I didn't.
It's definitely an all or nothing thing. I still have a bunch. I mean, this is a complete aside, and then I'll go into my exclusive rant. But I didn't get any tattoos when I was a kid. You know, like you hear all the time about people that start getting tattoos when they're really young, and they were like, I had to cover this one over, and I had to do this, and like all that kind of stuff. I'm very logical. I'm very sensible in some respects. And I kind of told and I knew that I really love tattoos. I love tattoo as an art form. I love the culture of tattoo. love the history of tattoo. I'm very like, I really like old school sailor style traditional tattooing. I love Asian tattooing. I love all that kind of stuff. That's not necessarily reflected in the tattoos that I have. There's a mix. I have, for anybody that has tattoos, that has a bunch of tattoos, you might hear the term pork chopped tattoos. There's no rhyme or reason to the tattoos that I have.
Yeah.
I have tattoos sort of all over my body, and they're all seemingly random, but they're all kind of meaningful to me. I don't have a full sleeve. I don't have a full back piece or anything like that. Everything that I have is like a one-off kind of little things here and there. And as my life journey progresses, the tattoos that I want get added, so it's just a very different way. And that's kind of the traditional way of tattooing. It's like, these are things that I've done in remembrance of times in my life.
It's your story.
Things that mean to me. Yeah, exactly. It's sort of your story, my skin being the canvas of the story of my life. So that's kind of where I'm at with tattoos. Skeletron would be kind of one of those things. It's not at the top of my list, like brand related tattoos that I would get. But if I was there in the moment, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it.
Free is one of my favorite prices. So yeah.
I was going to say, the fact that it was a free tattoo,
the thing for me, yeah.
And knowing how much they cost, that is what made me think about doing this one, because it would have been free. It would have been toy related, which is relevant to my life, but it's not a toy brand that I'm collecting. So that was what made me go, no. Why am I going to get a Skeletron tattoo when I am not an active Skeletron collector? That's what made me say no. The free tattoo was actually appealing to me. I was like, maybe I should just finally go get this. But it was that.
I got a message from Jason. He said, yeah, Ben just bullied a guy into getting a tattoo on his head. And I was like, well,
that was probably Dub.
It was. I got the picture, and I
okay.
I was like, oh wait, and I said, is this related?
He was totally excited because he got a free toy out of it.
He did in the end.
Yeah, he ended up getting a toy from that. That was literally how he came to be. Because the last time I saw him, he didn't have a tattoo, and then he shows up and he has a tattoo, and he ended up getting a toy from it.
What did he get?
I can't remember because I don't collect Skeletron.
I mean, a head tattoo. I said, did he get like the?
He said he didn't care where. Like his version of the story is he didn't really care where. It was a free tattoo and he got a free toy from it. So he was like, "What do I care?"
Yeah, it's win-win, I guess.
Right?
I didn't understand the context of like Skeletron was offering free tattoos to people over the course
I just thought
of
it
the
was
weekend.
It
was yeah, this guy just got bullied into getting this thing tattooed on his head, and I was like, well, did he get the Robo Skull like as a like?
I don't know, and it may have been a Robo Skull. I'm not gonna lie.
Jason was
you
like,
got a free tattoo and a Robo Skull. That's like that could be up to like. Again, judging from how big it is and knowing prices and time wise and stuff like that some people charge, honestly, that would almost be like, I'd say like almost like a $500 to $600 value, because it's not like this was a small tattoo. It was actually very sizable.
If I could get a free Robo Skull,
hell yeah, I'd get a
price of getting a tattoo.
I was going to get a Robo Skull, I probably would have got a tattoo, because a Robo Skull is one of those things where I feel like I don't need to collect anything else from this line. This is like a centerpiece to this collection, right? And that's all I need. So you're going to give me a tattoo and a Robo Skull? It would be
foolish not to get the tattoo if you get a Robo Skull.
But see, even if I got the Robo Skull, then I'd have to go buy a bunch of those Crimson Moon characters from Big Bad Workshop.
Yeah, that's true. Andrew Davis's question, there were 3 design options available.
Yeah. And they were all real tattoos.
I've considered buying a Robo Skull without a tattoo. So
right.
Joe, I'm just saying, be in the right place at the right time. You might get both.
That's true. It's
Right.
true. Hey, I heard Skeletron's coming back to Legion's Con 2026, Joe.
I don't know if I necessarily need a Skeletron tattoo. I don't need a.
I
But
think
if they gave you
so
a
Jason,
Robo
either,
Skull,
but-
might you need a Robo Skull?
I don't know if I
Jason and I
need it, but I
discussed
want
it.
it.
Jason and I discussed it, and what we've decided, what we've sort of landed on, is for Legion's Con 2026. We're gonna brand people. We're gonna have like a Animal Warriors of the Kingdom
Are
brand.
you gonna do like a scarification tattoo?
Yeah, in the parking lot. And if you let us brand you with the Animal Warriors of the Kingdom logo, we'll give you a free head pack
Nice.
There it is. Ken flexing with
or
the
weapon
Robo
set. Your choice.
Skull.
Coming from Nevada, branding, that's not that far out. So. We do it to cows all the time. Yeah.
So, Ken,
and it's-
would you have gotten
I'll
a free
tell you this, it's
tattoo if they
painful in the
offered you
moment,
another
but it's-
Robo Skull?
No. I don't.
I
do
knew that was
tattoos.
going to be
I don't.
the answer.
I don't do tattoos. I'm just not a tattoo guy. So.
All right. Ken is here. Cobb's here. You guys have the comms. It's gotten chilly enough outside that I probably should have went in like 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
But we were having a really good conversation. I wanted to be around longer. Oh, look. Brick's got it.
What the brick got?
Yeah, pretty
That's-
much. Yeah.
that's
That's
it right
what
there.
we're angling towards.
That brand.
That's a hell of a brand. I would go with something smaller.
Okay, should I start on my exclusives rant now?
Oh,
you
yes,
got headphones?
please
You
do.
got like earbuds in?
I don't have earbuds in. Damn it. Hold
I'll
on.
wait. I'll wait till you get back.
All right, yeah. Let me get inside and get back, and then because I wanted to be here for this.
Yeah, I got thoughts, but anyway. Yeah, Circle of the Moon, Furbolg, Druid. That's my.
That is a tanky build right there.
Just a whole lot of fighting as a bear.
So many hit points. And what makes it so amazing, you wouldn't think that the best tank in the game would be a druid, but when you're in your wild shape, any damage you take, when you switch
Doesn't
back,
count.
it doesn't count.
It's free
And
damage.
And if you're a Circle of the Moon druid, you can wild shape as a bonus action. You just and you have more than one a day, so you can just keep on doing it. It's pretty crazy. My son is the one ran a Circle of the Moon druid, and I was running the game, and I was just like, holy moly, this kid! They just beat on him and beat on him and beat on him, and he's like, that's fine, I'll be right back.
Well, the beauty of it, like the beauty of the like, especially in wild form, druids in wild form, is that like you don't necessarily inflict a ton of damage, but like if you have the right spells that you can cast, you can allow others to deal a boatload of damage, and you're just like, it's like Fight Club when they're like beating the guy that's like just laughing.
Right. Yep.
You're just like, yeah, but you don't
I
understand.
got all day. Yep.
Yeah. It's just it. Yeah. It's yeah. It's such a Druid is, like I said, just criminally kind of undervalued as a.
And fun because the wild shapes. You start kind of figuring out which animals are, maybe a wild shape that can fly, maybe a wild shape that can run fast, one with the ability to burrow underground.
Yep.
You start getting a lot of utility from the wild shapes too. Yeah, I
that's wild shapes is a funny one because like people immediately are like, I want to be a bear or a wolf or whatever. It's like, no, you want to be a badger because you want.
Yep.
And I can't, off the top of my head now, I can't remember, but like you can entangle people in vines and then cast widespread fire and go underground, and you're right there, but you're not, and everybody can come back up and everybody's dead, and you're like, hey, what happened?
All right, Webs
I
and
was just
Inferno
underground.
combo on steroids with additional damage for flaming.
Yeah,
Combos
but that's the
people,
thing.
remember.
That's the beauty of the druid. That's the beauty of like
Yep.
the wild form, and yeah, it's. But you
Honestly,
have
I'm
to.
surprised Trevor hasn't caught on to the whole idea of doing. Well, I don't know if he even
He's a
has the
wizard
ability to
though.
get the
That's
web spell. Yeah, but he could do the web spell with the fireball.
Yeah, but he's not that smart.
So
He's
before
great at taking pictures, but he's not that.
Let's be honest. If you can cast fireball, you don't need the web part.
No, but you can
You're just-
definitely get the additional damage, and the person can't move. So
Yeah, but if you're
just make sure
nuking,
your
you're
party
nuking.
gets the hell out of there.
I think Adam's about to do his exclusives rant, but Oz, I just gotta ask you. I heard my boy Joe Raconda was very busy today.
He was busy. He was busy and pulling in new. And that's exactly what I wanted to see and hear today. People who had not seen Delta 17, that don't know about it, were like, hey, what is this? And picking it up.
Do you think
Getting
Zolo
new
Con
figures.
has taken that role of the indie capital? Because I know PowerCon was getting there, but it was also a He-Man event that was indie.
It-
Do you think Zolo Con has kind of trips into
So-
that, or
PowerCon was only really getting that like in that last like year, like 2023, like it was
2023?
getting to that. And
Right.
then it went away. So it's hard to say that it really held it.
Right.
It had it that 1 year, and
Yeah.
had it been consecutive after,
Yeah.
could have maintained that. Whereas ZoloCon again has been continuously building because there is that void, right? Like there is a
Okay.
void for.
So right now they are the indie capital title holder. So
I would say so.
So let's say, you know, in like a MMA kind of sense, it's like PowerCon won the title, didn't get to defend it. So now ZoloCon is the new champion and is defending every year. Mind you, PowerCon's coming back, so we'll see. Maybe we'll have two.
Ken, I think you overthink it. You guys just need to be at more cons.
Yeah, you tell that to my boss. Is he in the chat?
Yes.
He was earlier. I don't know if he's still there, but I
I
agree.
just got crash here, but yeah.
I will say 100%. I feel that Delta 17 needs to be at more cons.
Yep.
So that we can really get you guys the spotlight you deserve.
Yep.
And I mean that wholeheartedly, because as many other O-ring projects that have been going on, like you guys were really the first out with an entire wave.
Yeah.
Like rocking and rolling, and it takes time to build more, of course, which is what you guys are doing. Like you got the Hailstorm has come out. Now we've been hinted at with several you know, kind of more wave 2 and what's going to go on with that. So yeah, without a doubt, like you guys got more coming. And again, that's going to get more sales for people like me who've gotten everything over the last like 2 years.
Okay.
You know, and now it's like, well, how many more? Because again, wanting to support you guys, the only way I can support you more than buying a whole bunch of army builders myself is to be able to get more people's eyes on you and on the product, because you guys are making an amazing figure, like all of them. They're outstanding. And I love them. Ziggy, he's been enjoying them, and like he even bought another 2-pack today.
Yeah.
He got another 2-pack today. So, I mean, you know, we want you guys to succeed. We want to see more and more, and I want my damn hind.
Working on a prototype for Joe Fest 26.
Nice. So this conversation came up today, and then I got chastised by Joe for bringing it up. But Casey and I were talking right there by the Delta 17 booth. And what I said is, you know, there's this really neat thing where honestly, Ken and Steve don't even have to necessarily do a 1/12 scale Delta 17 on their own. There's this other really neat company that I'm a fan of called Four Horsemen. You may have heard of them. They're a little company that is doing a toy line called Infinite Legions, where they work on other licenses with permission, not Red Sonja, and they do their style of 1/12 figure with another licensed property, and what they've shown so far from those projects has been really, really neat.
It's got to
So
be the
I mean,
2.0. It's got to be the 2.0 body though.
well, it probably would be 2. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Rooster would look really good with a 1.0 bulk and all the camo paint.
Okay.
I'm just saying, and then you guys wouldn't even need to worry so much about doing all the 1/12 work, because the Horseman could do it, and then like there you've satisfied your 1/12 people, but Steve still gets money for all of it.
Okay. Steve,
I'm
you in the
just throwing
chat?
it out there.
He's messaging me on Instagram right now. Get back in the chat, Steve. Hope
He's
you got
probably
something
like,
to
you wash that nasty 1/12 out of Oz's fucking mouth. Shit, Grievance is going all in on the Kickstarter.
There we
You
go.
know, Joe, if 4 Horsemen made it, Joe's buying the all in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. That's. I mean, that kind of goes without saying. So.
I can't say that I wouldn't get all in. I'm all in on the 1/18th. You think I'd miss out on the 1/12? Just saying.
You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Anyway,
Hey, we love our people, and you and Steve, you guys are our people. So now, before considering again, part of this whole show is designed around our conversation in Clubhouse chat, with Adam's rant being a center focus here. Adam, please take the stage with the exclusive rant.
I feel like it's not going to be that big of a rant at the end of the day. Like, it's not. I don't think that I'm going to say anything that's like outlandish or like emotionally insensitive or anything like that. But I feel like, yeah. Well, okay. I'll as many people know, like I'm in a relatively small town in Western Canada, and I grew up reading Wizard magazine and Toy Fair magazine, and seeing San Diego Comic-Con exclusives, whether it was comic books or cards or figures, and thinking, man, it would be so cool to have access to that stuff at some point. But also understanding that, like, that wasn't my reality, like that, and that those were things to sort of aspire to, but they weren't my reality. And that was kind of what made them alluring. It wasn't even necessarily the figure or the comic book or whatever. It was the idea that these were hard to get, and that there had to be there had to be, and I can't think of the word, making it a pilgrimage. There had to be sort of a pilgrimage in order to sort of find these things or get these things or what have you. And so that's where, like, the idea of an exclusive kind of, to me, always was this kind of magical thing, this sort of like, I knew about them, but I knew that I could never have them, and that was okay, because I can't have everything. I guess maybe that was my first experience of learning that, like, I can't have everything. There's certain things that are always going to be beyond my reach, beyond my grasp, beyond my price point, beyond whatever. And so I personally don't feel like everything that exists in the world is something that I need to have or should have or should even want. I mean, on some level. Now, fast forward a whole bunch of years to the last 2 years, I guess, where I have now found myself in a position where a lot of these things that were unattainable are right in front of me. I mentioned that I picked up the San Diego Comic-Con 4 Horsemen exclusive last year at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. That was my first time at San Diego Comic-Con, and it was an amazing experience, and I felt incredibly privileged and honored to sort of have that opportunity. And as I said, the first cleric that I got, I had kind of like earmarked for Terrence. Terrence had helped me get, convention exclusives at conventions that I hadn't been at, and so I felt that it was only fitting that I could get him one. And then it was only once sort of the opportunity presented itself for me to pick up a second one that I was like, oh, I can have this one too. At the end of the day, none of these things are things that we need. And I said this before, and I will say this again. We use the term need for things that we want, and we don't differentiate on an objective level that toys are absolutely not something that anybody needs if they are, of our age. Now, I will say this. If you're talking about kids, if you're talking about like, just the sort of process of like growing up and socializing and sort of, imagination and all that kind of thing, I do very strongly believe that toys are a necessity because they allow us to sort of experience the world and sort of explore the world in a way that allows us to sort of develop our brains and to sort of develop problem solving and conflict resolution and all these kinds of things. So I think toys and sort of imagination and creativity are vitally important in childhood. And so if you missed out on them in childhood and you had no toys, maybe that's why you're so angry that you can't get toys when you're an adult. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist and I don't pretend to be one. But
So what you're saying is that, like, when I was a kid and my mom said no, I couldn't have a toy, and I was like, damn it, I can't wait till I'm an adult and I could do whatever I want. And then I'm an adult and then I get told no. Oh, I may need some therapy on that. Oh,
yeah, you have
hello.
you have a very different problem, and it's not directly related to the toys.
What the? Oh man, hold on here. All right, I'm inside, so I can do the media assets again.
Do it.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, I think I haven't seen that much since I first got the since I really first got channel memberships unlocked.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Hold on a sec.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Honestly, I should let it loop 20 times at least.
Money talk. Here comes the money.
No, I can't really stand listening to it that much. All right, guys. So we just saw it here. Grievance, brother, thank you. That's huge. I really, really appreciate it.
Very generous, yeah.
Gifted 20 channel memberships. And of course, because StreamYard doesn't show who received them, I have to call all of these out here. We've got Viper Scout 9514. Just Shelve It. Yes, Jesse, one of our awesome friends. Fat Red Foo, another amazing friend. Stanley's Toy Channel gifted a membership. Leia Glacia gifted a membership. Mode 2 Prince. Geek Fusion TV. Black Knight HTD. Radical Toys. Man, actually, it's been a moment since that Adam has joined us here. Radical Toys now channel member. Jonathan Redmond. Jesse Marshall. Brick Something got a channel membership. Love you, Brick. We've got Crash 24. Crash is now a channel membership. Wow. TJC is now channel member. Heck yeah, TJC. Eternium Royalty, Mikey. Sean Tate 115. Appreciate it. Derek Hoover got that. Rob L. Spooky Zorro, another good friend of the channel. Jeremy J 2667 has been gifted a membership. Freaks Figures still has gotten a membership, and that is all 20. Grievance, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate it. Making more work for me. Do it. do it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now is when we're going to see a whole bunch of people that just got a notification that they've been gifted a channel membership, and they're going to jump in and say thank you, and then we'll never see them again. I mean, that's how it happens a lot of times. It really is how it happens. But honestly, though, no, thank you very much. I do appreciate you gifting out the memberships here. If you're a new member and you're in the chat, why don't you go ahead and wave all those exclusive emojis? You see, Crash is like, yep, I'm out. But see, you don't count because you were here earlier tonight too. You've been hanging around. Make sure you use the channel member exclusive emojis, because again, even though it doesn't show me the emojis in StreamYard, when I pull it up, it's always kind of funny what they say. So, got that fucking asshole. Troy always loves putting those up because it'll say fucking asshole on the screen. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what he just did. And yes, the OZT, I believe that one's for Awesomeverse. I think so. I think that's what that OZT is, the Awesomeverse. Here we go. See, that Clubhouse crew, which when you're a channel member, you're part of the Clubhouse crew. That's CHC. Again, an initialism, my second favorite initialism that ends in HC, because the first one we all know is THC. And Crash, you are special, buddy. You are very, very special. Guys, thank you. And Adam, thank you for your insights always. Back when I first started watching a lot of these different toy tube channels, you know, when I'd stumbled my way into this corner of YouTube and people who had done channels and started watching live streams, watching you in Austin on Sundays, there was, you know, one that I watched very early on, and you were like, we don't need any of this stuff. And I said from that point on, there was very much this Adam sitting here on my shoulder saying, you don't need this. Very much so. And that has persisted to stay on this shoulder.
I'm swatting that little Adam off of there because
I was going to say,
yeah,
I don't know if Quip quoted me or if he heard that somewhere else, but he commented, we cannot collect all the things. That's literally, I think, what I said.
That is what you said, because I use the term all the things all the time, but that was your direct quote, which I think is why it resonated with me so much, because the terminology you used, and it's like, I use that all the time, all the things.
Use that in the chat the other day when I was like, I don't care what Adam says, I need this.
Yeah, wait a minute. Is anybody looking? Is anybody looking right behind Adam right now? Like literally right behind.
No,
him.
but that's the thing.
Right there, it is.
Even with all of that, it all the things.
But that's the point, right? Is that like ultimately it's sort of like, you know, whatever your threshold is going to be different than somebody else's, and it shouldn't be like. My point then and my point now is that like if you get to a point where like you're sort of struggling with the addiction of this, right? Know that you can stop. Like that's
yeah, for sure.
That was what the point was when I sort of said that.
No, I'm just giving Adam a hard time. Man, I 100% agree.
That's only part of my collection too. That's the embarrassing part.
Right? It's a fraction of what we all really have all going on around us. We all know this.
Well, like the Templars.
Right? I have none of my collection behind me. So as far as anyone else is concerned, I'm not a collector.
Those Templars are a faction within a faction. You know what I mean? That is,
and you
that
still
is
need to build up
literally
that faction.
A faction that's a fraction of my collection.
A fraction of a faction.
Yeah.
So I will say I'm not probably still addictive getting toys, but at the same time I think I kind of deserve this because I did celebrate today my 6 years sober.
Yeah.
Toys kind of took over at that point in the same years when I started collecting Origins. So I'm like, it might have replaced one addiction with another, but
you often do. I mean, like me, same. I've given up alcohol you
It's a
know,
little healthier. May not be cheaper, but
I've given up alcohol, but it seemed like I doubled and tripled down on my caffeine and nicotine since giving up the alcohol. Which is funny because the only reason I started smoking more was because I was drinking more to begin with.
yeah, I smoked a whole lot more when I did.
I've cut down alcohol significantly. I haven't cut it out completely, but it's funny because like for a while you'll be like, oh, this is usually my routine to go have a drink right now. Then you distract it with something else, and eventually you
Part of
go
the
a few
routine.
weeks, and you're like, I've gone 4 weeks now, whatever. It's okay. Then you come back, you have one, and you're like, I don't miss it that much. But then
Right,
it's, one day you let yourself go, you have a couple, and you want to have a third, and you're like, I know how to pull the plug now.
Awesome.
Well, see, for me, that's where it became the thing.
Yeah, I did that multiple times.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I can just stop whenever I want, or I can just have one. And then one was never just one. And now I know that one is never just one. So I can never let myself have one again. Because now it's a point of principle that I have gone. And then if I have one, all of that now becomes 0 to day one again. And I have not worked this hard to stay sober like Joe Fest, right? Different people all over Joe Fest offering to buy me drinks and everything like that because they hadn't necessarily watched the show where they know I've been sober for quite a long time as well. And that is one of those things that like I consciously made the decision and worked hard to quit. And then one of the ways I did that was I kept myself out of situations where I could be around drinking so that I could start the habit of not consuming alcohol. And so like it took me a long time before I could go into settings. Like if people said that they were going to a bar and grill for years, I just didn't go.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. But when people were offering me drinks at like Joe Fest and stuff, the way that now I stay off of it was if I were to allow myself to say just have one, which I know it wouldn't be, but that one takes me back to 0. And I don't want to start that
That's
all
right.
over again.
Yeah, be glad you quit. Joe Fest was the last time I got drunk.
Yeah, you know what? I noticed you have one hell of a weekend. And if I was going to have a drink, that probably would have been the weekend to do it. So I could have had a beer with Ken.
It wasn't worth it for me. I will be more tame this time around because.
Well, I certainly know you're not going to go ahead and just you're never going to take candy from Crash again.
Yeah.
However, it would be really funny.
Oh man, I was right there, and I know what that joke means.
Yeah, it
not
would
a joke.
Wait, did
not
you
a joke.
know,
Not funny.
Adam?
It wasn't
Adam,
funny.
you didn't. No, you didn't see me, did you?
No, you'd already gone upstairs.
But
Okay,
he
good.
was around when
I
everything
saw
was
Crash.
And mind you, Adam was sitting right next to me, and I had a partial one too, but I was just me. Because that's how I be. I can. It's funny. I've never had the issue with weed, where it's like most weekends I will spend some time over my buddy Corey's house, and we will smoke weed together and all like that. And then the rest of the week long, I won't necessarily be like, "Oh, I need" or "I want." And I've been able to pick up weed and put it down for years without doing it again. And then I can just pick it up and be like, you know what, I feel like getting high. And I do. And then I don't touch it again.
The candy itself, I think, wasn't the problem for me. It was the alcohol mix. And it wasn't just like it was like 2 beers. It was shots of this, beer, shot, beer, candy. And then it was just like, okay, Ken is messed up.
And then you were still drinking even after having the candy. You were still having some drink.
Yeah.
But also,
when you guys say candy, it makes it seem like you guys were on angel dust or something like that.
No.
It was
simple edibles. But when someone
it sounds so much more nefarious than
it was as far as what was being used. mind you, candy is well, at least it used to be back in the day, one of the street terms for ecstasy. Like at the rave
Well,
scene,
that's
you
what I
had your
mean. It's like
candy,
it's that.
but Ken almost very much was
Nose candy.
almost like he was on that because of again the combination of the alcohol and the weed.
Yeah, you guys
And
were messed up that night.
You didn't see me, Adam. You didn't know.
Well,
fuck you, Dim Sum.
I didn't have
and that
to.
was the night before the fuck.
No, that was
or
Friday.
The night after,
That
right?
was
The fuck
Friday.
you, dim sum happened before you had the candy because the candy happened the Sunday
It
and
was
the
Saturday
Monday.
night.
No, it was Sunday and the
Sunday?
Monday. Yeah,
Oh.
because that's when we were all departing, and Mega J helped Ken to the to his gate.
That was on the Monday. I was messed up on the Monday.
Yeah, he was still messed up from the night before. But that's one of those things when, again, with an edible, you have to remember that that is a slow, long release
I know.
because of your digestion. So,
And
however slow your
I was
digestion
already
is,
compromised, and I already have Crohn's disease, so my gut's already not great.
yeah,
So I was like triple messed up.
you probably would have been better like if you had just come outside with me and Jordan and hit a fucking like 2 puffs off a blunt and then went back inside. You probably would have been okay.
I
'Cause
learned
they
my
would-
I learned my lesson. Like if you actually pay attention to my Joe Fest video, for all the parts sorry, where I record at home, my voice is messed. And I actually acknowledge it in the video. I actually say my voice is completely shot, and it just means I had a good time.
But we definitely all had
From
a
what you
really
remember.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all had a good time at Joe
I
Fest
tried to
last
deny
year.
the dim sum story, but the people around said no.
Nobody's letting you forget that. Nobody is gonna let.
You were there when I was trying
Small-
to get Kenneth to deny witnessing it, and he was
Small
like, I
Asian
wouldn't lie
guy
to you.
pointing to the ceiling, yelling "Fuck you, dim sum," was not something that I thought I was ever gonna see in my life, but it happened.
Yeah. I tried to get the witnesses to deny it, and you were there, Oz, when I was trying to get Kenneth to say it never happened. He's like, I wouldn't lie to you, Ken. I wouldn't lie to you.
That
None of
seems
us would.
racist.
It almost on so many levels, but
There's one guy in that entire convention floor that could have gotten away with it. So
yeah. Yeah.
That was
Well,
a good night.
considering about 90% of the other people that were at the convention were bald white dudes, if they had said it.
Yeah.
I think my goal, I think my resolution for 2026. I know it's March 1st in some places now. I think my resolution for conventions for 2026 is to actually like be in the lobby more for these things.
One of
Because
my
I feel like
memories.
I'm on the floor for so long, and then I like go and decompress for like 3 hours, and then I'm like, I should probably go downstairs, and I feel like I miss the best moments of these things.
Well, where were you?
What night was it?
Depending which night it was, because the one night you were just sitting with me for a while. Like I said,
That was Sunday though. I think
It was Sunday because it was more of a quiet night.
Yeah.
Saturday was
I was
loud.
probably, I don't know. I was probably just kind of preparing and like.
I feel Friday was the loudest night because everybody was just showing up. Like, you had the people who showed up Thursday, but the majority of people were showing up Friday.
Yeah.
And like everybody was set up and all that work had been done. Now everybody's getting here and everybody was just partying in the lobby. And I will say without a doubt, like, again, like one of my favorite memories was actually, again, sitting in the lobby, Adam, wondering where everybody was. And I'd walked past you, didn't recognize it was you. And then just sitting there, and you came over and grabbed me and were like, hey, did you just, and I was like, hell yeah, I want to come over and sit and hang out. And we just got to sit and chill. And we weren't even, imagine this, guys, we weren't even talking about toys. We were literally talking about sports ball.
Yeah, I was preoccupied. I was preoccupied.
Was it hockey or football?
It was basketball.
No, it was neither. I was watching the NBA final. Oklahoma City, Gilgis Alexander, who is a Canadian, was absolutely tearing the NBA up in the
Destroying
playoffs,
them.
and I'll be honest, like I knew he was doing that, but at the same time, I kind of didn't. I was paying attention, but not paying attention. But given that was the night that he could win the NBA championships and kind of cement the NBA, playoff MVP, I was like enraptured by kind of what was going on, and so I I kind of got Oz to come over to my table so it looked less like I was just like a weirdo just watching basketball in the lobby of Joe Fest. But I don't think I said anything like that wasn't basketball related to you for like an hour while that game was still
we
on.
we were literally just having a conversation about basketball. Mind you, my knowledge of basketball is so out of date. Like the last time I was watching any basketball, Jordan was still on a court. Uh, the first time, not the second or third time, the first time. It was the last time I really paid attention to a lot of basketball. But what I loved about it was that this Canadian was kicking ass in basketball, which for those of you who don't know, because I know we're not all well versed in sports ball, um, basketball has no ice, no skates, and no hockey sticks. There's no pucks. Yeah, yeah. So it was impressive even to me because again I am a hockey fan. So not as
and
hardcore on the modern teams again as Ken and Adam are, but I love hockey.
I kind of grew up, as most Canadians do, as sort of a kid that played hockey, and I played soccer in the summer, and so like I've always had a lot of sports in my life, and was sort of my personal preferences aired more towards books and toys and stuff like that, but my parents put me in sports, and so there I was kind of knowing everything about sports, and now I haven't been able to kick that addiction either. So I follow football, I follow basketball, I follow hockey, I follow soccer in multiple leagues around the globe. Ask me which league of football. I have a favorite team in like every league in football. Soccer, sorry.
Right. We're American.
And professional road cycling. Road cycling is also I'm massively obsessed with like road cycling. There's not even a ball involved in that one.
So my aunt.
Hey, fellas, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to be up in like 4.5 hours, so I'm
Joe,
gonna tap out.
Get to bed, Joe.
I appreciate you guys as always having me on. It was a ton of fun. So everybody take care and have a good night. We'll see you next time.
Later, brother.
Next week, brother. Thanks for joining us. Had a
You betcha.
So like my aunt, when she watches sports, she'll watch like Olympic style sports. Like she likes like figure skating, stuff like that. Cool, right? Kind of like what you would think of an old lady that watches sports, figure skating or something like that, back when gender roles were more a thing, and that's what women should watch, kind of whatever. But the craziest thing is, you know what sport my aunt absolutely loves to watch? And it's like would not expect
Buy
it
a lie.
whatsoever. Sumo.
Man, if
Sumo's
you've
cool.
never taken the time,
Oh my god.
there's like honestly, there's 4 big sumo events every year, one per season. NHK online on YouTube. You can watch like the highlights if you want, but you can watch like the daily. I also use that.
So again, my aunt, like one of the stations that we get in here is a Japanese station, and so like and mind you, when they air it most of the time is a really weird hour over here because of the time difference
Yeah, yeah.
between Japan and here. But my aunt literally will, like, I'm gonna be watching my sumo. I'm watching my sumo, and she has actual wrestlers. She can't pronounce their names, but she knows who they are,
Mm-hmm.
and she knows like who's held the record for. So like, she knows the sport stats, and like she knows it like the way I used to like be able to quote you all the stats for football or American football for like my Ravens, you know? And just man, it blew my mind the first time I found out she was into sumo because I also enjoy a bit of sumo, not as much as she does, mind you, but like some professional wrestlers in like WWE and all like that had taken older, not so much the more modern guys. They'll do like New Japan
Okay.
wrestling and all like that, but like Tsunami from the Natural Disasters, he actually
Yeah,
practiced sumo.
Johnson.
He was a legitimate freaking sumo wrestler and a champion.
Was it him or
Uh,
Johnson to Earthquake?
you
I
know
mean,
what?
I
It
know,
was Earthquake. It
I
wasn't.
know Earthquake was. I was going to say, was it both of them? Or because I know
No,
Earthquake.
no, you're right. It just was Earthquake. It wasn't Typhoon. But again, it's like that was again like his thing, and then migrated to professional wrestling from that. Which you know, again, like, and there's been others over the years, but again, not in a long time because that's like more antiquated, like how they got into it. Now they'll just go over to, if they're going to Japan, they're going to New Japan Wrestling. And then they're going to come back here with some kind of crazy move stuff that they have never, or you have never seen before in a ring because they're always reinventing how the sport's done. But yeah. Allison says the best sport is men's shirtless beach volleyball. You say that until I'm the one playing it, Allison. Then it becomes the worst. It's just fat folds flopping everywhere.
Yeah, fun fact about sumo: there's no weight class.
Right. So like
You either win or you don't.
right. Like
No light
Like
heavyweight.
that's the most
college wrestling
well. That's the
around
most
here.
insane sport from the perspective of like they don't. There's no like you know. You look at boxing, you look at wrestling, you look at WWE. There's weight classes. You know, they're wrestlers, fighters are differentiated based on you know their size. But with sumo, you have these. It's very very rare that the yokozuna is like not one of the biggest dudes,
Mm-hmm.
but it does happen.
Well,
And
because
you
there's
do see these crazy underdog upsets
yeah.
by these tiny little guys that are just like lightning fast and like have crazy good technique.
And again, because the main idea of sumo isn't like you're going to pin the guy, like again, in most wrestling that we're used to, whether it's WWE or college, it's can I ring the guy out? And
It's
sometimes
technique.
that could be
Yeah,
as
it's technique.
easy as a sidestep if there's too much
Mhm.
momentum. You know, and that's what it is. Sumo is so much primarily the technique of it, more so than that weight class, which again is part of what does make it so exciting to watch.
Mhm.
There is so much technique to it and how they earn the points and what counts and all like that. I know people dog it because it's a bunch of big men in diapers, and it's like even again the way it's worn, the way it's tied, like there's all purpose to it, and again that plays into that technique. There's so much to it, and it's great. If you get a chance and you can find it and you want to watch it, it really is wild. Especially when you follow it, so you're watching. Because like Adam said, like you'll have this little guy out of nowhere suddenly show up, and he's going up against the guy who won like the last 20 games, and then bam, he flies through this competition like it was nothing.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Speaking of men in diapers, I heard through the grapevine Carl number 5 is getting another divorce. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Allison. I bet you a lot of it has to do with that troll of a mother. Man, guys, today has been a fun day. I know normally we'll probably kick it longer, but I'm fading because I've been up since like 5 this morning, and I can feel it. That's true. I shouldn't insult trolls like that. Alan probably would have slapped me for that comment if he had been here. As we all know, he has been on a Legion's troll kick. They live under bridges. She lives in a hog hole. Allison, I love you, hon. Please come back to us and join us on screen sometime soon. But yeah, truly, guys, I'm fading here. I think I need to call it a night and get some sleep. It has been a freaking absolute. Just as Stanley gets home from the arena. Stanley, brother, I'm sorry. We're gonna be calling it a night. We've been going for 4.5 hours just about. We've had a great night. We've opened up some toys. Yeah, Grim, the executioner. This dude is great. He may look very basic, but there's something beautiful in that simplicity. And I'm loving this hood over top of this head because the difference with the white ashy skin with the red and then the green eye, it doesn't show up right on camera. But if you look at the official pictures on the website and then you get the figure in hand for yourself, this guy is cool. Nolan, you'll find out as soon as we get it to you. Like I said, we'll get it to you at some point in time throughout this year because we'll be able to get it to Adam, and Adam will be able to smuggle it across the border, um, in the most legal way possible without us having to pay too much to get it over there. So we'll get it to you because, like Adam said, make friends, be nice with people, and you take a lot of the hassle out of getting these exclusives because it's as simple as just asking. Now, that does not guarantee that you will always get what you ask for, as was so aptly demonstrated today, because I was all confident that I was going to be able to just walk through that line and get everybody their figures today. And I was, because I had, remember last year for the Barbarians, I ended up getting 6 people Barbarians last year. Like I had Ted, I had Brick, I had Travis. Like I was getting everybody Barbarians. I was like Oprah with Barbarians. Like you get a Barbarian, you get a Barbarian. It was no problem at all last year. This year, I didn't even have the chance to say, "Can I have?" before I was informed they were sold out. So it just doesn't always work out that way, guys. But being nice, being kind, not being a douchebag, um, it making friends within the community and finding the people that go to these conventions, you will have a lot easier time getting these exclusives and take the hassle out of it. You know, we say it a lot. Just be kind. Doesn't take a whole lot of effort. Really doesn't.
And
Guys,
not the day before the convention. Like
God,
make friends now so that when the next convention rolls around and somebody mentions,
friends.
"Hey, I'm going to be at this convention. Does anybody need anything?" You're like, "Oh, if you don't mind."
Oh, you're going to a convention? You just became my new best friend. Like, that's not how to do that, guys. We all know who that friend is because we all met them when we were in elementary school, and we all were like, I don't like that guy. And we ditched that guy, you know. But we genuinely all at least like trying to help each other here. Again, I don't do a lot of giveaways on this channel, and that's because I don't want to be a giveaway channel. But one thing that I do like to try and do is when I go to a show and there are exclusives, I do like to try to pick up an extra of that exclusive so that, like Nolan probably will never make it to a Zolo Con. You know, he's probably not going to come all the way across the border just to go to a 3-day show. So, you know what? This was a great way for him to get something that was con specific, like literally con specific. It's got the sticker right there. Now he's going to get a chance to get this figure. Will it be in stock later this year? Yeah. It won't have a couple of heads. It won't have the cool box, but Nolan gets this guy now. And that's because I like to share what I can with you guys. I can't take you to the convention, but sometimes I can bring you back some stuff from a convention, and that's cool too. Guys, we'll see y'all next week. Thank you for hanging out. Check out the Kickstarter for the Mythic Legions RPG and back it. Even if you're just getting the figures, back those. But back the starter kit. Get the actual game itself and try to have some fun. All right, guys. See y'all.